Anyone have, counselors have anything to report? City Manager Andrews, do you have anything tonight? Pre-meeting?
Not for pre-meeting, Mayor. Thank you.
Questions? Anyone? No one has any questions? We sit and twiddle our thumbs till 7. That's post. I think we're on break till 7. Welcome to tonight's meeting of May 23rd, 2022. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilor Baker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMott.
Present.
Councilor Emmons.
Present.
Councilor Zadi.
Here.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Councilor Namella.
Here.
Councilor Seymour.
Here.
That brings us to approving minutes of the preceding meeting from May 9th. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the May 9th, 2022 meeting as presented.
Councilor Seymour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of May 9th. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to presentations tonight. And Councilor Izadi, you're up.
Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Good evening, everyone. How are you today? So today I have the honor of presenting a very special proclamation. And before we get started, I just wanted to say a few words, and then I'll invite some folks here who will say as well. So, story time. Once upon a time, when I was a little toddler, or a late toddler, preteen, I'm not sure what that age is called in between. I was walking down the block. This is back in New Jersey where I grew up. And a man with a mask jumped out the bushes and had a gun, pointed the barrel of his gun. It touched the skin of my forehead. And he stole my bag of candy and my sneakers, because I didn't have any money, right? The one thought I remember having in that moment is, please don't kill me. Soon later, around the same time, a family that I knew, a single mom, murdered her daughter and then committed suicide because of the struggles of just couldn't make ends meet, right? So she had enough and a murder-suicide. Many years later, a friend in high school committed suicide by gun. Westminster, we've gone through a few of these as well. There was a murder-suicide just 5 years ago, right? I think it was a mom and her daughter. Similarly, our communities all around us have faced this tragedy for many, many years, and we all have a story. I'm sure you all know someone who knows someone that has been a victim, a survivor of gun violence. And today, just wanted to thank council, first of all. We talked for several weeks what a proclamation could look like. This was a negotiation. This was a let's find common ground that addresses the issue from all sides. Not just my side, not your side, but from all sides. And I want to thank council because this proclamation that I will read to you today was really and should be seen as a beacon of compromise, that all levels of government, no matter where you are, that we can at least acknowledge and that we can come together and find common ground despite ideology, despite backgrounds, despite just being different, right? Everyone's different, but we can talk and we can negotiate and we can find common ground. And I want to thank council for the time and effort that it took, which was not easy, but we did land on something that I think everyone agrees to. And so can I get the Moms Demand folks up here, Leslie O'Brien, and anyone else from Moms Demand to come up? And you can introduce yourselves and
I'm Leslie O'Brien. On behalf of moms, the local Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America volunteers, we would like to thank Mayor McNally and council members for declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Death Awareness Day. This is the first gun awareness day that Westminster has ever voted as a proclamation and passed. So this is a huge step for your city. So we appreciate that. This proclamation, as Council Member Izadi had mentioned, went through many iterations before reaching its final version. I applaud council members for continuing to collaborate and compromise to draft a proclamation that is meaningful to the city of Westminster. In this proclamation, Westminster City Council honors veterans and those who have lost loved ones to suicide by gun and helps raise awareness and reduce stigma surrounding mental health. This proclamation is a good foundation to build on regarding gun death awareness. Moms Demand Action looks forward to working with the City of Westminster to continue to shed light on gun death awareness and prevention. Thank you.
I'm Kathy Kukowski, and here to support Leslie and be one voice out of many moms in this area, in this region. And we have now just changed our name to North. So all are welcome to join in the cause of gun sense legislation and format in our communities. For recognizing that we are all under siege and our lives are have forever already been changed by the violence that has taken place. I think you so poignantly started your speech with tonight. And we all have these stories, and the more we can share these stories and get behind living in a less violent world, we will all feel we'll be able to rest a little easier, I believe. So come be a part of things, and we're a part here.
thank you so much. So I will read the proclamation now. Whereas American support for the Second Amendment rights to bear arms, to protect life and property, and protect yourself and family goes hand in hand with recognizing the inherent responsibility that guns require. And whereas in 2020, there was an over 5,000 deaths increase in the number of homicides. And whereas the majority of gun-related deaths are suicides of gun owners and is not part of the typical public discussion. And whereas to stem suicide deaths, American society must insist that there is only loss in suicide and that our community rejects any hint of shame and stands ready to help anyone contemplating suicide. And whereas prevention of gun-related death must continue as a highest priority effort, especially in light of increasing calls to suicide and domestic violence hotlines and an increase in city gun violence. And whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15. And on June 3rd, 2022, to recognize the 25th birthday of Hadia Pendleton, born June 2nd, 1997, people across the United States will remember her and wear orange to tribute, in tribute to Hadia Pendleton and other victims of gun deaths and the loved ones of those victims. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods. And orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 3rd, the first Friday in June in 2022, to help raise awareness about gun-related deaths. By wearing orange on June 3rd, 2022, Americans will raise awareness about gun deaths and so can begin a path to fewer suicides and victims of criminal acts. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, Colorado, on behalf of the entire council, do hereby proclaim the first Friday in June, June 3rd, 2022, as National Prevention of Gun-Related Death Awareness Day, and encourage all citizens to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic consequences of gun deaths and to honor and value human lives. Thank you.
Emmons will proclaim the month of June as City Westminster's Safety Month.
All right, can I have those that are going to join me for National Safety Month come to the dais? You can get a little closer. I'll come to you. All right, I'm going to give a little background into this. So in 1996, the National Safety Council established June as National Safety Month. The aim of this designation was to increase awareness of the leading safety and health risks and ultimately decrease the number of unintentional injuries and deaths in the United States. This year's special focus will be on musculoskeletal issues. Each week in June, we'll have a special focus which risk management will promote. Week 1 is musculoskeletal disorders. MSDs are a leading cause of workplace injury and cost billions each year in workers' compensation and lost productivity. Week 2, workplace impairment. The dangers of substance use on the job are well known, but mental distress, stress, and fatigue can also impair workers' health. Week 3, injury prevention. In 2020 alone, more than 4 million workplace injuries required medical attention in the United States. Week 4, slips, trips, and falls. With falls, the second leading cause of unintentional injury-related death, it is important to focus on reducing the occurrence of slips, trips, and falls, especially falls from heights. I'm going to go ahead and ask you all to introduce yourselves and how you are helping this cause.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Southard. I'm the Senior Safety Analyst for the city.
Hi there, I'm Jackie Bonavita, and I'm the Senior Risk Claims Analyst for the city. Hi, I'm Angelica McMahon, and I'm the Environmental Compliance Analyst. Marty Erickson, I'm the Interim HR Director and also the City's Risk Manager. And to answer your question, one of the things that we do is we have a citywide safety committee made up of a representative of each department, and she represents general services for us. And every month we get together to talk about not only the things that happened that month, the injuries to our employees, automobile accidents that our employees may have been involved in, at fault or not at fault. And then that group tries to brainstorm how can we learn from those experiences to try and prevent those similar things from happening to our other employees. So that's just one of the
I know working from home in 2020, our desks are not equipped for musculoskeletal disorders. So, whereas the National Safety Council, NSC, sponsors National Safety Month each June to focus on saving lives and preventing injuries from the workplace to any place, and whereas the City of Westminster emphasizes safety in the workplace for employees by providing job-specific safety, and whereas the city has been providing behavior-based safety training, Safe Start, for benefited employees since 2014 to enhance awareness at work and at home. And whereas the city has created a citywide safety committee comprised of employees representing all departments that meet monthly to review on-the-job injuries and accidents and track trends and safety needs of the organization. And whereas the city has implemented unique safety-related programs, including the quarterly Safety Spirit Award and annual Safety VIP Award, that financially rewards divisions by helping to fund their safety-related ideas and efforts. And whereas the city promotes the idea of safety always for its workplace, and whereas the safety of our employees is vital to our future as a city and the public we serve. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, Colorado, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2022 City of Westminster National Safety Month, and urge my fellow citizens to recognize the efforts of employees in the City of Westminster for helping foster a safe environment for themselves and the public who enjoy the many activities and programs, both indoors and outdoors, that the city provides. Signed this 23rd day of May, 2022.
If there's anyone from the Inclusivity Board, meet Mayor Pro Tem DeMott down front, and and stay in place after he's done, because Councilor Nurmela will be down to join you for a second proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. My name is Justin Davis. I'm the chair of the Inclusivity Board of the City of Westminster.
Hi, my name is Bev Bishop, and I am a member of the Inclusivity Board. Been on it since 2016, I believe. Hi, my name is Piper Perry. I'm on the Inclusivity Board, and I'm actually new as of last year.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The City of Westminster in 2016 gave a charge for an inclusivity board. It was pretty, it was really future forward thinking at the time, and it still continues today. And we serve as advisors and a board that recommends to our city council in areas of inclusivity and diversity. Our mission is very simple. We want to make sure that everyone feels welcome and valued, and they understand the amazing resources that these fine leaders have presented to our residents and our community members. And our job is to ensure that people have that outreach and that understanding of how to make the city work for them.
Thank you all for your work. So I'm pretty pleased and honored to be able to do the proclamation around immigrants in this country. So obviously what America at large, Colorado and Westminster, is made up of many different cultures and backgrounds. I grew up, my mom is what we always like to refer to as a mutt. I'm part Native American, Scottish, Irish, German, Jew, you name it. My mom has a little bit of it. My dad always prided himself that he was full-blooded Italian. And so recently they went through one of those DNA tests. And what you find out is none of us are really full-blooded anything except for humankind. So I think it's just a good testament to the fact that people from all over the world come to this country because we're a beacon of liberty and freedom. And this is where they want to come and live the American dream. And I think we should be proud of that people want to come here and be part of that. And so I certainly personally am advocate that we want to come here and become citizens. And I think that we should frankly make that a lot easier. I hope that our legislators in the Capitol will figure out ways that people can either, whether it's work programs or to be American citizens, that we make that an easier path. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas generations of immigrants from every corner of the globe have built our country's economy and created a unique character of our nation. And whereas the city of Westminster recognizes its rich history of immigrants who played a vital role in diversifying our community. Immigration is built in the foundation of this great nation It is a source of strength we hold and something that we should all take pride in. Whereas the city of Westminster is the home to diverse communities, including immigrants from Mexico, refugees from Laos, and many other cultures and identities. Whereas entrepreneurial drive and spirit of our country is fueled by the unique origins of Americans. And whereas immigrants are an important part of Westminster's history and continue to contribute to the economy, science, academia, culture, and the arts. And whereas immigrants have been tireless leaders, not only in securing their own rights and access to equal opportunity, but also have campaigned to create a fairer and more just society for all Americans. And whereas despite these countless contributions, the roles of immigrants in building and enriching have frequently been overlooked and undervalued throughout history, which continues to be the present day. And whereas Westminster immigrant population adds to the variety of languages, customs, and celebrations, which continue to culture diversity and joy in the city. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim June 2022 to be the Immigrant Heritage Month in the City of Westminster and call upon all people of Westminster to join together to build a stronger connections to neighbors and fellow community members across the city in spirit of our history. Signed this 23rd day, May 2022, Nancy McNally, Mayor of Westminster.
Stay put, as the next proclamation is for June Pride Month.
Hello, thanks for joining us today. And I'm really excited to be able to give this proclamation. It means a lot to me. We in my family, we do have my oldest daughter is in the LGBTQ spectrum. She's still deciding where exactly she's going to end up, but having a month where we are bringing awareness to people who are in LGBTQ and just trying to figure themselves out, it's so important because we're not there yet in terms of acceptance of one another. And my daughter still, even last year, was experiencing being bullied in her school here in Westminster. Several of her friends are still being bullied, being escorted by teachers to be in between classes. So it's still out there. I can luckily say she was able to go to a different school this year and had a much more welcoming experience. And so it's a journey. And so I really appreciate the fact that we are, bringing some attention continuously to this. And I do want to, I just want to provide a little bit of context for this month. I'm not going to read all of the detail, but I think it's important, and then I will just also, if you want to talk about it as well. The Pride Month is actually commemorates events in June of 1969, and it works to achieve equal justice and equal opportunity for our LGBTQ Americans and community. And the acronym is, if you don't already know, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. And it also has, sometimes the Q is for questioning. So there's, like my daughter and many others, you can be 13 or you can be 50 and you can still be figuring yourself out. In June of 1969, patrons and supporters of the Stonewall Inn in New York City staged an uprising to resist the police harassment and persecution to which LGBTQ plus Americans were commonly subjected. This uprising marks the beginning of a movement to outlaw discriminatory laws and practices against LGBTQ plus Americans. And so in 1998, President Clinton issued an executive order expanding equal opportunity employment in the federal government by prohibiting discrimination based on sexual orientation. On June 11th, 1999, President Clinton established the first Pride Month. So here we are, 23 years later, still going. Do you want to talk a little bit about it?
First of all, thank you, Council. We appreciate this inclusive symbolic moment because everyone should feel safe and valued and be able to realize their full potential. And that is up to no one else but that individual. And when people, when our children, when our community see these proclamations, they feel like someone sees them. And on behalf of the Inclusivity Board, that is extremely powerful and exceptional. So thank you all for your leadership and acceptance in this matter. Would anyone else like to share?
As a member of the community, I very much appreciate you. Thank you, Mayor McNally. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Dumont, the rest of the councilors for backing this. It is, given what we see in the world today of both different states and cities not being as welcoming, not being as inclusive, I really very much appreciate it part of the community that we're making this step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really, really appreciate this.
I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas the City of Westminster has committed to make our community more welcoming and inclusive for all, including the LGBTQ+ community, and whereas the United States Supreme Court ruled in June 2015 that same-sex couples can marry nationwide, establishing a new civil right in our country, and whereas former President Barack Obama designated the first national monument to LGBTQ+ rights in June 2016, honoring the LGBTQ+ community's long-term presence and struggle for equality across our nation. And whereas all members of the Westminster community, including those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or questioning, have the right to feel safe, not be discriminated against, and to live without the threat of harassment. And whereas supporting the Westminster's LGBTQ+ community also aligns with the city's objective to create a more inclusive and equitable community that promotes unity and honors diversity. And whereas the city has added protections for LGBTQ+ individuals with an inclusive non-discrimination policy, stating that no person shall be on the grounds of race, color, national origin, sex, disability, religion, or age, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination in any operation of the city. The City of Westminster extends this coverage to ensure that no person is unlawfully discriminated against on the grounds of immigration status, gender identity or expression, or sexual orientation. And whereas the LGBTQ+ community has made great strides, however, work remains in order to achieve full equality, inclusion, and acceptance. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire council and staff, do hereby proclaim the month of June as Pride Month and call upon the people of Westminster to recognize and celebrate Pride Month. Signed this 23rd day of May.
That brings us to public comment. And first, I want to welcome Travis McCabe with us this evening. And do we have people signed up?
Yes, Mayor, we have 4 in person, 1 virtual, and 1 voicemail. And the first speaker tonight is Giselle Hertzfeld.
Welcome.
Testing this mic. Can you hear me? Awesome. Hello, members of the Westminster City Council. My name is just.
First, we need your name and address.
Oh, yes, my name is Giselle Hirschfeld, and I live at 2143 Lincoln Street in Longmont. My name is Giselle Hirschfeld, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking as a community member who is deeply concerned about Westminster City Council's 2021 decision to enter into an intergovernmental agreement for the construction of the Rocky Mountain Greenway Trail, and specifically the construction of an overpass crossing the Indiana Street corridor. I wish to speak on the dangers of allowing public recreation at Rocky Flats and on the risks of proceeding with the Rocky Mountain Greenway. Rocky Flats produced over 70,000 plutonium pits for nuclear bombs between 1952 and 1989. In that time, there were two massive industrial fires that spread hot particles of plutonium across Rocky Flats and residential areas, including Westminster. Additionally, there were highly questionable practices of storage and disposal of contaminated radioactive material, including 5,000 barrels of plutonium waste that corroded and leaked onto the ground. After the site was officially shut down in 1989, cleanup of the site was estimated by the Department of Energy to cost $37 billion and take 70 years. But what ended up happening was only a partial cleanup totaling $7.3 billion and ending in 2005. The result is that Rocky Flats area is still highly contaminated with plutonium, americium, beryllium, uranium, and radioactive lead. This is evidenced in the 2006 Rod study showing widespread contamination of several radionuclides, most prominently plutonium and americium. Contamination was shown to extend past the EPA-designated Superfund area and into the wind-blown area on the southeast side. The wind-blown area is where the Indiana Street overpass of the Rocky Mountain Greenway is proposed to be built. Plutonium remains radioactive for over 250,000 years. I am particularly concerned about the presence of respirable particles on the site. When plutonium enters one's body, particularly through inhalation or through an open wound, it is likely to remain in the body permanently and continuously bombard surrounding cells with radiation. This radiation can lead to the development of cancer cells, which can lead to many forms of cancer, as well as immune deficiencies, birth defects, and many other health problems. These can develop many, many years after exposure. Every year, hundreds or thousands of people recreate on Rocky Flats with no knowledge of what occurred there or the contamination they are exposing themselves or possibly even their children to. It is crucial that we act to halt recreation on the refuge before more people unknowingly expose themselves to radioactive particles that could impact them the rest of their lives. The threat to public health, safety, and welfare from promoting recreation at Rocky Flats far exceeds any benefit that a new mountain biking trail would offer. In October of 2020, the Broomfield City Council voted unanimously to withdraw from the Rocky Mountain Greenway, and we urge the Westminster City Council to reconsider their 2021 decision to move forward with the intergovernmental agreement, request a reroute of the Rocky Mountain Greenway Trail, and do not allow a connection across the Indiana Street corridor. Thank you for hearing my comment today.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris Stimson.
Welcome.
Thank you. Chris Stimson, Cotton Creek area. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors and staff. On April 25th of this year, the Westminster City Council adopted the 2022 Strategic Plan for the City of Westminster. One of the 6 guiding principles for this plan was entitled Diversity, Equity and Inclusion and described as follows. Achieve equitable processes for the people of Westminster by providing opportunity for all voices to be heard and drawing upon community diversity in decision-making. Now, one would certainly want to believe that if this were important enough to City Council, that they included it as a guiding principle, co-equal with stewardship, transparency, innovation, and on and on and on, then councillors would put some actual effort behind it. Instead, 2 weeks later, at the post-council meeting of May 9th, Council voted to remove from consideration the recruitment and employment of a person with the specific responsibility of managing the city's efforts in the realm of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Didn't take long, did it? And it makes one wonder how many more of those 6 guiding principles were never intended to see the light of day. Or was it just that providing opportunity for all voices to be heard and drawing upon community diversity in decision-making are simply too inconvenient for the way this council likes to operate? I imagine we shall have to watch closely as the months roll by to find out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Usama Khalid.
Welcome.
So name and address. I live right next to the school. Do I have to give my full address?
It's fine. That's fine.
Good evening. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. My name is Usama, and I am a member of the community and work both in Denver and Boulder. I specifically work at the Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center. At the Peace Center, we focus on an array of issues, with one of them being the closure of Rocky Flats and the cleanup process following. Currently, the Peace Center is in a lawsuit with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife regarding the safety of the wildlife refuge. On Wednesday, May 18th, oral arguments were heard in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals for the Rocky Flats Refuge case. To protect public health, the impacts of recreation at the former Rocky Flats nuclear bomb manufacturing site should have been much more thoroughly evaluated prior to opening the refuge. This appeal attempts to compel a comprehensive public review of the risk of radioactive contamination consistent with federal law. I'm reaching out to you all today to discuss the very contaminated buffer zone, which leaks into Westminster's open spaces where citizens go to hike, bike, and take daily walks. I understand that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is in charge of this area, but want to urge you to use your power of your position to hold and ensure no people are being exposed to radioactive material. The Greenway Trail runs right through the very contaminated area of the buffer zone. I wanted to explain this issue to the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council, but have constantly been faced with a group of individuals who do not seem to care about public opinion. I think it would be smart to note that since you are all in a position of power, and it is in your duty and service to protect the people of Westminster, to change the path of the Greenway Trail to lean more east and connect with Boulder County. I urge you to move the Greenway Trail through the most eastern part of the open space to avoid any exposure to plutonium, which stays radioactive for well over 250,000 years. Plutonium emits alpha radiation and cannot be measured by ordinary radiation detection meters, as those only detect gamma and beta radiation. 250,000 years is something that will be here long after we are gone. This is a problem that is going to affect us beyond our lifetime, and it is up to us to set really high standards on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final in-person speaker is Adam Barajas.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Adam. I live off of 88th and Lowell. I just wanted to thank the City Council and the city staff for hosting the town halls. I think it's really important that the elected officials and city officials are available for listening, much like this moment, but also kind of work actively to engage with the citizens. I know that, once every couple of years, voting is an important part of the citizens' voice, but it's not the only part. And I really am grateful that our city council is working hard to listen, and would encourage you to continue exploring those avenues of communication with the city. I think there's a lot of really smart, intelligent people that live outside of these walls, and I'm really glad that you all are actively trying to grab them. And even when they disagree with a lot of the views that maybe some of you have, I think it's really honorable that you guys tend to listen. You all tend to listen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joan Seaman, and she's virtual. Joan, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it is difficult with this because the voices are overlapping with each other. So hopefully you can understand it. As a virtual participant, it's been very difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult. Hopefully I wanted to say my biggest interest is Superfund sites. I'm going to have to turn the volume down here because what's happening right now is I'm hearing myself reverberate back and I don't know why. Anyway, I'm interested in Rocky Flats. I'm interested in the Westminster's participation in the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. We've recently learned that Rocky Flats Stewardship Council cannot advise or make recommendations. And I wasn't sure if the Westminster representatives were aware of this serious situation. The public only has 3 minutes to participate. You know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and submit my comments if I can, because I can't hear. It's reverberating back at me seriously, so I can't participate today. But anyway, thank you very much for this opportunity. Maybe I just have to learn how Westminster is processing this. This is very uncomfortable virtually. Thank you very, very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Joan. We did hear all of your comments, and we appreciate that. And we will look forward to your written in comments or email comments.
Thank you. This is...
The final speaker is a voicemail.
Hi, I'm Tim Pegg, and at the last study session, several of you brought up concerns around parking, traffic, and public transit in the downtown Westminster TOD. I'm advocating for simple changes to the downtown Westminster parking policy to address those concerns. The relevant concerns I heard were about whether there is enough parking downtown, what effect downtown development will have on traffic, confusing parking rules, a lack of public transit, and free market intervention. I want to propose 4 reforms which can address all of these. First, repeal the minimum parking requirements for downtown development. Minimum parking requirements are obviously intervening in the free market. By making developers build more parking spaces than they would on their own, these requirements are a subsidy to cars. Being a subsidy to cars, they make traffic worse by encouraging people to take more car trips than they would without the subsidy. Conversely, if folks are incentivized to drive, they are less likely to use other modes of transportation. The minimum parking requirements also undercut the GID's ability to create public amenities by reducing the rational price of a parking space. I want to emphasize that we can realize these benefits not by banning parking spaces, just by simply not requiring them. Second, use market pricing to set a flat hourly parking rate at the curb spaces and in the garage. The garage rate likely should be lower than the curb rate because the garage is less convenient. The curb rate should be set to achieve 1 or 2 open curb spaces on every block. If open spaces are available even on popular blocks, it doesn't make sense for drivers to circle around looking for parking. That helps with traffic too. This will also simplify the current parking rules, which help people feel comfortable visiting downtown to shop, dine, and work. This also addresses any concerns about having enough parking. If there are open spots, there's enough parking. Third, empower the GID to raise or lower parking rates by a small amount every month or 2 based on quantitative occupancy criteria. This will help continuously maintain consistent utilization of the available parking. By using quantitative criteria, Council can give the GID unambiguous direction about parking rate adjustments. This will also free City Council from the periodic chore of adjusting parking rates and allow Council to use its time for more pressing topics. Finally, use the net parking revenue to build public improvements. My understanding is that the downtown GID is empowered to do this, but I want to point out what this could mean. The City of Pasadena uses the parking revenue in its shopping district for more frequent street sweeping and regular sidewalk cleaning. Mayor McNally, I understand you were frustrated by the lack of a library. How much money from Westminster would it take for Jefferson County to change its mind? Even if a library isn't feasible, I'm sure this council could come up with other public improvements for the downtown area. I hope City Council will seize this opportunity to reform parking policy for downtown Westminster to help it grow into a vibrant destination. Thank you for your time.
That concludes all of our speakers.
Thank you. And if there's anyone in the crowd that didn't get signed up but has something to say to us, please come forward now. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Craig Russell. Thank you, councilors, for being here. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I did want to mention about the study session last week. I'm glad that we finally got to somewhat address the systematic inspection rental program. I was a little disappointed in the fact that none of the citizens were allowed to actually participate and ask any questions. As Obi mentioned, that you guys had spent a lot of time on this inclusive stuff and these awards and stuff like that, working together with the community. But on the inspection, no one's worked with me at all since November. So I'm how and when we actually get a chance to work together to hammer out what's going on with this thing. Now, it was said by David, and I don't remember his last name, that's in charge of that they weren't going to be charging for any inspections that haven't been done in the last 2 years since they've already been paid for. I've gotten 3 bills so far for 3 different properties asking to be paid again. So I'm not sure exactly when they're not going to ask not to get paid, because they're certainly sending out the bills. And with about, 13,000 inspections done yearly, that's 26,000 done in a 2-year period. That's $40 a piece. What's that? North of $1 million in revenue that they're asking to collect a second time? Seems kind of crazy. Also, I noticed that Councilor Baker asked the question, how many of the rental units that are inspected systematically pass? What's the percentage of that? And they said that they would get back to them with the answer. I don't know if they've done that or not, but I can tell you what the answer is. None of them pass, ever. I've been doing this for 20 years, and they always find something. Whether it's a crack in the ground, a crack in the wall, a drippy faucet, there is always something for them to come back and do a reinspection for. So none of them pass, and the reason they don't pass is because they want to justify their job. If everything was hunky-dory and everything passed, I guess we wouldn't need the inspectors, would we? Anyway, that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See no one else, that brings us to council comments. I don't think of you as city official. You're one of us. City Manager Jody Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors. My City Manager's report tonight will be brief, given our full agenda before us. I wanted to highlight 2 things. Included later in tonight's agenda are 2 presentations for City Council, and staff will be prepared to answer questions and receive feedback from each of them. The first presentation will be on the progress made to date on the evaluation of options for rehabilitating the city's Semper water treatment facility. Our public may recall that this work stems from the Water in Westminster initiative earlier this year to pause work on Water 2025 to evaluate other options for how we might address the city's future water treatment needs. This work has been progressing well, and staff looks forward to providing an update and getting feedback from City Council. The second presentation tonight is to provide City Council with a programmatic overview of city services, their budgets, and staffing levels. This is intended to set the stage for City Council's work to establish a budget for the city. It will be an uncharacteristically detailed presentation in order to make sure we provide City Council with the background, information, and opportunities to ask questions and provide feedback that will be critically important over the coming months. And finally, Mayor, I'll conclude my report by thanking our snow fighters across the city who once again responded to a late season snow event this weekend to keep our streets and facilities safe and open to the public. Thanks to all of you. And with that, I conclude my comments. Thank you.
And I know we've had a lot of emails. Will the branch dump off place be open other than its scheduled time?
We're going to get more information out on that on the city website, ideally tomorrow, but we're working on that. Mayor.
Okay. Just, I know that's probably questionable out there, and I know we've received emails, so I just thought I'd ask if we knew yet. Council comments. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for attending tonight. I want to read something, and you'll probably recognize it. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to read part of it, but I have some comments I'd like to make. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of earth the separate and equal station to which laws of nature and nature's God entitled them, a dissent respect to opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the cause which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, which among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed. I'm going to stop there and go to the end. This is the Declaration of Independence, and I think that it's timely for a couple different reasons, which I'll share, but I want to share with you how our forefathers signed this. They mutually pledged each other their life's fortunes and sacred honor. And you have to think about that in terms of their time. Many of them did not make it through the revolution. They truly did give all those things in order for us to be afforded the freedoms that this country has today. I would encourage you to read the Declaration of Independence if you've never read it through. Read it through a couple times. It lays out all the grievances of what was a tyrannical government run by a king, and why our founding fathers decided it was time for them to break away from England. I think this is important for a couple of reasons tonight. One, why I think I would echo all the comments that Councilor Azadi made around our gun proclamation. And for me, why it was so important for us to outline the Second Amendment in there. Although I do think that we need to be realistic about some of the challenges we have around gun violence. If you think about the terms of that time versus now, we were dealing with an armed army that were full of terrorists who were terrorizing colonists, not giving them proper right, treating them like subhuman people compared to them. Much like today, somebody who's willing to break a law with a gun, I am one that thinks that a law-abiding citizen should be able to protect themselves from that kind of terrorism. So I think that, and it gets down to the consent of the governed, which is us. What laws do we want to have, and why is it important for us to have a Second Amendment? The other thing that I think that this is timely to point out is we were able to honor our veterans on Saturday at our Memorial Garden, which is a great thing. One of my favorites about being on council, which if you have not visited our tribute garden, I would encourage you to do so. You can see how we honor each of the different branches of our military who have sacrificed for the liberty that this country has. And each year we have bricks that people buy that put their loved one's name, and it gets laid out in the garden. I had the pleasure of seeing my friend Brandon Wagner, who I went to elementary, middle school, and high school with, had his brick put in by his family this week. So it's a very important thing. I think that it's important for us to make sure that these lessons of what makes our country be the country it is, that those are passed on to the future, and why something as easy as a gun proclamation against gun violence was so difficult, because it is a complex thing. And there's the saying of liberty is just a generation away from being lost if you can't follow it. And the last thing I would say is, because the original battle in the Revolution, if you did not know this, when the British attacked Lexington and Concord, they were going after our weapons, because they knew that if they could take the weapons from the colonials, they would have no chance to fight a war against them. So it is important for us to point out gun violence and issues in our society, which I think are heart problems with human beings that are willing to take another person's life. But it's equally as important for good people to be able to defend themselves.
Councilor Baker?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the fire department again. Third time in 6 months they came to help us. We truly appreciate that. And I'm thankful that we don't charge heavy users extra for those trips because it's a service and everyone should pay the same. Now, I really appreciated the people talking about the Greenway Path. I really think they raised an excellent point that we sometimes rarely discuss. And that's our stewardship council, the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council, is a sort of a, this will be harsh, but I'm known for harsh, a useless and toothless organization. They can't make recommendations. They can't lobby. They really can't do anything. The power lies in this council. The power lies in Broomfield. The power lies in Arvada. The power lies in Boulder. Because we are the ones who control the route. One of the complicating factors of Rocky Flats is that the cleaned up area, which is called the COO, the Central Operating Unit, well, it was cleaned up, absolutely. But what wasn't cleaned up, absolutely nothing was done to it, was what's called the buffer zone. And the Department of Energy very cleverly had over the Forest Service. And Forest Service refuses to recognize the provenance of the land they have. And it's this buffer zone that got the fallout tail from leaking barrels of radioactive oil and isotopes that leaked out, and the wind blew those isotopes into the buffer zone. And the buffer zone in that part is anywhere between 50 and 100 times as radioactive as our parts in our open space. I think these people make a very prudent judgment when they ask us to allow the Greenway Trail to go on the easternmost part of our properties and keep it out of the buffer zone. And I think that's something we can do. Thank you.
Councilor Namilla? I just had a few comments. I was also able to join the Armed Forces Day Memorial, and it was just it was a really beautiful morning after all the snow, and it was just a really impressive service, and just to see so many people come out to celebrate everyone's whether they lost their lives or they spent their career in whatever branch. It was just really inspiring. So I was glad that we have our memorial garden. I can't wait to see the continued statues being brought. We have 3 out of 6, so it's still a work in progress, but it's a great place to visit. The other comment I have, I actually, in listening to the comments on the Rocky Flats Trail, I'm also interested in hearing how we can potentially move the alignment. I'm still learning about what we approved in 2021, but I've also, over the years, had a lot of information that hasn't been all that positive about the impacts from Rocky Flats. So I am happy to be on the conservative side of placing trails or anything as far away from any potential impacts as possible. So if we could, I'd be supportive of reevaluating that. And then finally, just a quick note for the city clerk's office, or a quick question. When folks do sign up to speak virtually, in our response to them, do we give them a sort of how to?
Yes, we do have instructions that are given to them. I believe she logged in twice, and it showed that she had the one was logged out, but the other one was logged in. and there was no way for me to control that. That's the only thing I could think of. I also muted the lector mic, thinking maybe that was it, but I will follow up. We'll follow up with her and make sure those instructions are correct too.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Izadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to third, I guess, what Councilor Baker has said and thank the folks who came out here about Rocky Flats. I think we all probably up here and everyone in this room have heard the horror stories of the history of Rocky Flats. And I'm also very curious to learn a lot more about this because it is very serious. And Councilor Baker is, we don't agree very often, Councilor Baker, but it seems like we're agreeing a lot more these days on at least this issue. Is he's correct here. It's a serious issue and we need to take this very seriously and cautiously. So that's one thing. The second thing, I wanted to thank, I think it was Chris Stimson that talked through the DEI position. I'm still extremely disappointed in the city's decision to eliminate this from the budget. I know we are doing a lot, is the response I get. But DEI is not a hobby. DEI is a specialty. You can't just learn it via YouTube videos. It's important. It needs to be monitored on an ongoing basis. And it's not just race and ethnicity, right? It's about gender. It's about thought, ideology, beliefs, even neurodivergence. When you think about people who have brains that process and behave differently than what we consider to be typical, all these folks need to be included in every policy decision and every move that we make. And local governments across the country are not going the other way like what we did, but they're saying, no, we need not just one, but a whole team of specialists that focus on DEI, because in local government, what's happening is what they call a silver tsunami. I don't like that term, but it basically means that we have a lot of older employees who will be retiring soon. And that means we need to hire a new generation of workers in the city. And to have that without leadership at top, and the leadership needs to report directly to the city manager and needs to be there and certified, right? So like I said, they are not just someone who learns this via a weekend or a course. It's something that takes years to understand and to perfect. And I would just like to again plead my case here that I think we need to consider this. It's very important, and it sends a signal that, when we cut something like this from a budget, it sends a signal that we don't prioritize this. And yes, we do a lot of things, and yes, it's embedded, but that's not how you do DEI. A one-time policy, whatever it is that we've done, is not enough. And like I said, it's going to be even more important as the years go on. So I would like a reconsideration there too.
Councilor Seymour, at one point I saw your microphone on. I didn't know if you wanted to speak or not.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also, it was an honor to be at Armed Services Day. The best part for council is that we get to read the names of those brick placements. And it was an honor that I got to read Westminster Historical Society's own George Smith. George is very active in the Historical Society and does reenacting. He was only in his partial uniform on Monday, but he has his Revolutionary War uniform that he goes out to local elementary schools and talks about that. So it was an honor to read George's brick in there. And then I was also honored on Tuesday, along with Mayor McNally. We were at the 5th anniversary +1. So a lot of COVID activities now have a +1 to it, so they're catching up. But it was an incredible day. The students put a lot of time and work into it, as did the staff. And Mayor McNally had a unique connection. I'll let her fill in on that.
Councilor Emmons?
Thank you. And I'm going to jump on board and say that I also was at the Armed Forces Day, and it was a special day for me for a lot of reasons. We also not only honored Pat McIntyre, she gave a nice little speech. She was born in 1929. I didn't know that until she got up there and And you know what? She knows all the words to all of our patriotic songs, which I will admit a couple words that I tripped up on. So wanted to thank her for her service. But particularly, this was an important day for me because, as Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned, people are able to buy bricks to honor their loved ones, and I was able to honor my father. So that was very important to me that I was able to say his name. So I just wanted to thank all for their service. It was just an overall great day. And then as part of the North Metro Arts Alliance, Westminster is a part of, they are looking for, as part of the Missoula Children's Theater, for auditions for Johnny Appleseed. And they are looking for all ages, aging from 6 to 8 to audition. And auditions will be held at Westminster High School on Monday, June 6th. And in order to participate, the phone number to call is 303-428-7488. They're looking for a lot of parts. So if you have people that, or have children that would like to be involved in Johnny Appleseed play, please get involved with that. And then lastly, just wanted to thank our council here. I know it's been said, but thanking each of you on working together to draft a appropriate gun proclamation for Westminster as a whole. And as to a comment from our community member, but Councilor Azadi, as far as DEI, part of the process for removing this for me is that each of us have talked about market-driven principles, and as part of a hiring process, you have state and federal laws that already dictate a DEI process, and so that in and of itself, and on top of our inclusivity board that we have, which is the oversight and review body that is able to work with council as was very important. And I felt like it was another layer that quote unquote bureaucracy that we're adding to the process in all of what we're trying to do in Westminster. So the diversity, inclusion, and equity in our principle, it should be what we're doing every single day, not only at our job, but as a community. So that was part of the process for removing that position. But I'm open to continuing this discussion.
The Armed Services Day Saturday was absolutely fantastic, and I'm so happy we were able to have it in the garden. We had backup just in case, but thanks to all of the staff members that put that whole thing together, and to Staff Sergeant Pat McIntyre. She, if you haven't met her, down to Creative Corner on Fridays, she would be happy to tell you a million stories, but she served with President Eisenhower. And the story she told us was she served her first 2 years, was honorably discharged, got very bored, so she re-upped. And that's when President Eisenhower. But she has so many stories to tell. And people, I was helping her reconnect with her family and walking with her. And people were coming up to her that had younger students and said how inspiring she was, and they hoped that their children listened that day. But she is interesting. So I met with Commissioner Odoricio this week. We just talked about how we can do partnerships. Federal will be one of those because he needed to check in what they're thinking about federal with CDOT. And I had told him that we had just had a conversation about bus stops and indentations that we don't want to be being taken back up after the fact. If we're going to work on something, let's know what that's doing. So he is going to work with his team and figure that out. Semper 25+1. What I forgot about was I was on Jefferson County School Board when that was put into play. And so the plaque was there with my name on it. And I had a grandson that went to San was in the fourth grade when, at third grade, when he was diagnosed with his cancer, had fourth grade there, but that was done remotely the whole year. But his third grade teacher, who happened to be in the hospital room with us the night the diagnosis came, there, and he was an angel to us. So it was a great day. Honestly, it was a great day. Got good hugs. Don't know where that all came from. Update on city manager search. I will do this each week, whether we're in study session or in council meeting. We're in our second week. We have 15 applicants. We are, our search firm is working the East Coast and the West Coast and everything in between. And if you've ever had a headhunter come to you and you didn't realize you were looking for a job, but they tell you about a good job, that's what they're doing one-on-one at this point in time with those that may not ever think about putting in a resume. But that's how you find the best of the best. So that is all I have to report at this point in time. They have alerted me that because of this weekend being a long weekend, Memorial Weekend, that they will assess around June 9th if we need to keep one week or not, depending on what all comes in. So we'll keep you updated each week, but I know for today. And if there's nothing else, do we have a motion for consent agenda? Oh, Jody, I'm sorry. You have an update.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. An update on two items that has come up tonight. First, I'm pleased to announce the city has extended its free limb recycling drop-off at the Brow property. That's 10001 Alkire Street, and that's this coming weekend, May 28th and 29th. Free limb drop-off for residents and our neighbors from 8 a.m. 12 on both of those days, and that will help folks clean up the mess from the storm we had this weekend. And I also wanted to remind Mayor and Council that we do have a Rocky Flats presentation scheduled for June 6th. The issues that the speakers and you have raised tonight at that presentation.
Thanks. Thank you. Consent agenda. Do we have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt consent agenda items 8A through 8B.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve consent agendas items 8A and 8B. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Councilor Emmons,
Yes.
Councilor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Councilor Namella,
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. That brings us to our first agenda item tonight is a public hearing and first reading of Councilor's Bill number 22. I will open the public hearing. It is 8:14 and staff, do they have a report?
Good evening, councilors. My name is Stephanie Ashman. I am the senior city planner with the city's planning division. I am upstairs with the sniffles and was wearing a mask today, so just out of caution, I'm taking this virtually. But I appreciate you letting me do this for you tonight, so thank you very much. Here with us tonight are key members of staff, both in person and virtually. Heather Otterstetter is our stormwater coordinator. She is here virtually. And Heath Klein, our traffic engineer, who is here in person in the audience. So yes, tonight we're here to talk about the comprehensive plan amendment and preliminary development plan amendment for the Benson and Benson subdivision. Next slide, please. In advance of bringing this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, and the public notices mailed and published in the Westminster window are hereby entered into the public record at this time. The notices of the public hearing were mailed to 26 property owners within 500 feet of the parcel under consideration tonight. The notification boundary map and list of property owners notified within the boundary has been included as attachment 6 with tonight's agenda memo. The certification of sign posting has been provided to council to enter into the public record this evening. As we receive these on the day of the hearing, the applicant makes sure that the sign is out and posted every day that it's up as required. So if we could please go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is the vicinity map of the Benson and Benson property. The subject property is bordered by Lowell Boulevard, as you can see here to the east, and 69th Avenue to the north, and Westminster Station Park to the northeast. Ventana Capital is proposing to develop a mini storage facility over 3 existing parcels, and the PDP will combine all 3 of those parcels, as you see here in red. Slide 4, please. So this is the proposed comprehensive plan amendment map. Before, you can see on the upper left, the designation is retail commercial for the most northern parcel of the 3 identified parcels. And the after is outlined in yellow and shows the land use as flex light industrial. Next slide, please. So Section 11.521 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing land use plan amendments. I've bullet pointed 5 of them, or I've summarized them in 5 bullet points here, but I'm going to go through them. So criteria 1 through 3 require the amendment is consistent with the vision, policies, and intent of the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans. Serves as a substantial public purpose and will not be detrimental to surrounding properties. And shall consider any impacts to neighboring lands to ensure that the new designation is not substantially inconsistent with surrounding uses in the area. The proposed amendment addresses all 3 of these criteria because the proposed land use of mini storage is allowed within a flex light industrial land use designation and aligns with the property with the uses of the 2 adjoining parcels to the south owned by the same property owner. Criteria 4 through 6 require that the amendment is necessary in order to address substantially changed conditions in the area or fixing a map error in the existing comprehensive plan, provides for physical and orderly growth within the city, and furthers an important public policy, such as historic preservation or reduction in water demand. Staff finds the amendment addresses criteria 4 through 6 by correcting an error within the 2013 comprehensive plan to maintain consistency with the planned unit development flex light industrial zoning approved by City Council Ordinance number 2271 in 1994, I believe. That was an attachment in your agenda. Provides a use that generally has a lower water demand than retail commercial land uses. Criteria 7 through 10 require that the amendment proves that the existing designation would be difficult to develop based on the unique characteristics of that parcel, will not negatively impact the city's core services or external reviewing agencies, and will not have negative environmental impacts. Staff finds that the proposed land use amendment enables the parcel to be developable, with the 2 adjacent parcels to the south for the proposed land use stated on the PDP, which is less intensive than the current recycling facility, and there are no known environmental impacts. Please move on to slide 6. So this is the proposed PDP amendment site plan. This slide shows what we call the statement or purpose of amendment, which is to remove the specific permitted uses for the site plan from the previous PDP, which include recycling of non-ferrous materials by the Benson and Benson operation and associated moving, processing, and shipping out of metals in commercial traffic for that part of the overall operation. The amendment will replace those uses with mini storage or self-storage as the only allowable use on the PDP. The PDP shall establish new development standards, including building height, setbacks, and access for parking standards. Next slide, please. So when we're reviewing PDP applications, we review them against the criteria within the WMC of 11.514. I bulleted the 6 points that are summarizing the 10 criteria. Criteria 1 through 3 require that the PDP conform with the city's comprehensive plan and all city codes, ordinances, and policies. The PDP is a sound, creative, innovative, and efficient planning principles, and any exceptions from city code must be warranted and clearly defined on the PDP. Criteria 4 through 6 require that the PDP is compatible and harmonious with existing public and private development in the surrounding area, provides the development and surrounding areas from protection of potentially adverse influences, it has no significant adverse impacts upon our existing future land uses nor upon the future development of the immediate area. And then finally, criteria 7 through 10 require that transportation access points are designed in a safe and harmonious manner. The city may require right-of-way or other public lands as a condition of the PDP approval. Performance standards are included that offer reasonable exception for future ODPs to meet the Westminster Municipal Code 11.515 standards of approval. The applicant is, and also requires that the applicant is not in default or does not have any outstanding obligations to the city. Staff finds that the PDP is in conformance with the comprehensive plan, ordinances, and policies. The site plan is sound and demonstrates efficient planning principles and creates a site plan that is compatible with the surrounding lands. The site plan eliminates 2 confusing curb cuts and provides 1 clear access point. Additionally, the low boulevard sidewalk design will provide for a continuous 8-foot detached sidewalk and 6-foot landscaped area. The applicant will also be increasing landscaped area with an additional 8-foot buffer wall adjacent to the multifamily residential land uses to the west. Next slide, please. More specifically elaborated in the agenda memo are the city's strategic plan priorities. This comprehensive plan amendment and PDP amendment meet priority number 3, shared sense of community, and priority number 4, quality of life. Next slide, please. So the staff recommendation before you this evening is that you hold a public hearing to review the proposed land use amendment and preliminary development plan amendment. Staff recommends the City Council approve the proposed land use amendment with the finding that it meets the criteria set forth in section 11.520 of the Westminster Municipal Code. Additionally, staff recommends the City Council approve the proposed preliminary development plan amendment with the finding that it meets the criteria set forth in section 11.514 of the Westminster Municipal Code. So this concludes the staff presentation, and the applicant has a presentation prepared for council tonight as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Troy Bales. I'm with Rick Engineering. While I'll be doing the majority of the presentation, I do want to introduce our project team that are here today for any questions at the end. With the owners group, we have Brian Horan and Aleda Wester. With Ventana Capital, architect Khalil Dearman with Hauser Architects, and with our environmental consultant Courtney Sockwell with ERR Consultants. I do want to first thank staff for all their help in the processing of this application, the Benson & Benson Comprehensive Plan Amendment and Preliminary Development Plan Amendment. Next slide, please. A little bit about the presentation. We'll go through the project history, touch on our site plan, share some renderings of our site plan, and then touch on our 2 applications, comprehensive plan amendment, preliminary development plan amendment, and then follow with the project schedule. As stated before, the project was zoned 1995. The only permitted allowable use on the site is recycling of non-ferrous materials and associated moving, processing, and shipping of those materials. Next slide. Next slide, please. These pictures depict the site as it is today. Picture on the left is driving northbound on Lowell Boulevard, and with the project site to the left. And the picture on the right is just a picture of some of the materials that were stored on site. Next slide, please. This shares a site plan of our proposal. We have approximately 90,000 square foot indoor self-storage facility. It's primarily in the middle of the site. We have landscape buffers on all sides of the property. There are a number of existing trees on the property that we're looking to protect and leave as we can within those buffers. We are proposing a screen wall along the west side of the property adjacent to the residential use. And we are reducing access off of Lowell Boulevard to a single point. Next slide, please. These are renderings of the proposed building. The picture on the left depicts the site as you were driving northbound on Lowell. It's the main entrance to the facility. And the picture on the right is as you go southbound Lowell and looking southbound as you're driving. Next slide, please. As mentioned by Ms. Ashman, we do our process in a comprehensive plan amendment, and it's really the area circled in red on the picture to the right of the southwest area land use map that's within the existing comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. We are looking to amend the small portion retail commercial that's highlighted in yellow. It's a portion of our 2.3 acre site from retail commercial to flex light industrial. This is to comply with the current use and surrounding uses. Next slide, please. Also with the preliminary development plan, we are proposing to amend the land use from recycling non-ferrous materials to self-storage or mini storage. With this amendment, we are establishing minimum setbacks consistent with the city zoning regulations. We are adding landscape buffers on all sides of the property. We are adding architectural design and site design standards consistent with the city zoning regulations. And we are reducing access points off of Lowell Boulevard. Next slide, please. Touch on the schedule. We're looking to complete our comprehensive plan, PDP and ODP amendments this month. Following up with land disturbance and building permits in August of 2022. Start construction late 2022 and complete construction middle of 2023. Next slide. And with that, we respectfully request the approval of Benson Comprehensive Plan Amendment, Preliminary Development Plan Amendment. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions? Councilor Numella?
Is this just questions on the plan amendment versus the PDP? Can I ask either? Okay. Okay, so I just need a clarification. In the PDP for the parking reduction, is it a parking reduction that is specifically tied to the self-storage use, or is it a parking reduction tied to just any industrial, flex light industrial use?
We're only asking for a specific self-storage use. I don't believe that's there's a criteria in the code that allows for self-storage with regards to parking. It's limited. It ties into the industrial use, which is a pretty significant parking standard for this type of use.
Yes. So, but in the PDP, it specifically states that we're tying the reduction to the self-storage use and no other potential use.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I see no questions at this moment. Thank you. Staff, we have anything else?
Staff's available to answer any questions that you have, but we have nothing else to add to the presentation.
Okay, then let's hear from the public and hear if anyone is here from the public and would like to speak on this issue. Please come on down to the dais. See none. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Emmons?
I just have one quick question. With 14 parking spaces, I would assume that it would be good for the amount of weekday folks trying to access this, but what about the weekends when everybody's trying to get in and out?
That accounts for the peak time for the use of this facility.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I will. Councilor Baker?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, how many of the storage units, and this is like a 3-level storage facility, correct?
This is 2 levels, one level with a basement.
Okay, and really, how many units are in it? Roughly.
400 units of various sizes.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, I will close the public hearing. It is 8:32. And do we have a motion for Councilor's Bill number 22? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 22 on first reading to approve comprehensive plan amendment from retail commercial to flex light industrial for Benson and Benson subdivision for 3 acres. This recommendation is based on the finding that the land use plan amendment generally complies with the criteria in section 11-5-21 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Councilor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 22 on first reading. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Councilor Emmons,
Yes.
Councilor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Councilor Namella,
Yes.
Councilor Seymour,
Yes.
Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
We keep trying to skip you.
I know.
I move to approve the preliminary development plan amendment for Benson and Benson subdivision totaling 2.21 acres. This recommendation is based on the findings that the preliminary development plan amendment generally complies with the criteria in section 11-5-14 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Councilor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve a preliminary development plan amendment for the Benson and Benson subdivision totaling 2.21 acres. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Emmons,
Yes.
Councilor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Councilor Namella,
Yes.
Councilor Seymour,
Yes.
Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Emmons.
I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 23 on first reading, authorizing city manager to execute an economic development assistance agreement with Intoviv Boulder LLC for the expansion of 7581 West 103rd Avenue in the form that it is substantially the same form as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 23. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Emmons,
Yes.
Councilor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Councilor Namella,
Yes.
Councilor Seymour,
Yes.
Councilor Baker, Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item C. Councilor Emmons?
Let's see. I move based on the recommendation of the interim city manager to determine that the public interest will be best served by a sole source agreement with Valley High Motel for purchases not to exceed $125,000 for 2022.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Item 10C is moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councilor Dumella.
I just had a question for staff on this, a clarification. Wasn't clear in the agenda memo, $125,000. I'm assuming that's an annual payment, and just curious to know how is that just purely for overnight stays, and if so, what does that equate to?
Say the last part of your question. I'm sorry.
What does the $125,000 essentially pay for?
Okay. My name is Tomas Herrera Mischler. I'm the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Libraries. And as you know, there's been quite an upsurge in the need for temporary accommodations for homeless individuals in our community. And we, in the past, had budgeted about $50,000 and blew through that amount in only 5 months. And so that is strictly for overnight accommodations. It's about $77 per and change per night. And this is the only hotel in town that will accept invoice the city for this overnight accommodations for individuals experiencing homelessness. So it's an important tool, and it's actually a necessary part of the protocol that we've developed to assist individuals experiencing homelessness.
Just a clarification. So the $50,000 only lasted us about 5 months last year. So this hopefully will cover all the overnight stays. Did you have an overall number of how many there were?
I don't. I can do the calculator.
Okay.
And we do expect to go out to bid and try to get other options for the coming fiscal year.
And that was for 2021. Have we seen any uptick in terms of what we're already seeing in 2022?
Absolutely. And the $50,000 was for this fiscal year in 22.
Oh, okay.
And so we really need this additional funding so that we can continue to go through the protocol. Can only progress if we can offer accommodations.
Thank you.
Councilor Seymour.
As much of a comment as anything, thank you, Mayor. And so that last clarification by the director, this is an important part that we have beds available so that we can move our process along, because I'm assuming that since we do have beds available, if those are then not taken, then we move to our next stage of trespass. Okay, thank you.
Seeing nothing else, roll call, please.
Councilor Zadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Councilor Normella?
Yes.
Councilor Seymour?
Yes.
Councilor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Councilor Emmons?
Yes.
That brings us to item.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Yeah. Oh, I did 2 in a row at least, waiting for him. That brings us to item 10D. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the interim city manager to sign a contract for legal services with Butler Snow LLP to represent the city on public finance matters and review the consolidated service plan for Uplands Metropolitan District, NOS 1 and 2.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 10D. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Nomella?
So I asked this earlier to staff, so hopefully there's an answer. I have is a lot of communities actually charge the applicant for this review. So I'm curious to know if our plan was to recoup that.
It is. Thank you for the question, Councilor Normella. So yes, City of Westminster's Metro District policy does require that the applicant pay for the cost of the city's outside consultant to evaluate their request. And this applicant has, in fact, submitted a payment to cover the cost of Mr. Weiser's review of the proposed service plan. And so that council is aware, I think there was another question as to whether the request for the service plan had come in. And we were notified electronically by the Uplands representatives on May 12th. They provided us a Dropbox link to their submittal, which contains their requests. So it would be staff's recommendation that Mr. Weiser be retained to assist the city in the review of the proposed service plan for the Uplands.
Councilor Azadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few concerns here. The first one is the $600 an hour rate. And that's market for public finance litigation?
Thank you, Councilor Azadi. Yes, it is. And Mr. Weiser is a recognized authority on public finance and special district issues. So it would be our recommendation that the city be advised by someone with Mr. Weiser's experience, particularly when the city isn't paying for this review. This is a cost that the applicant has to cover for the city.
And my second question is in general, I thought, and this is for you, City Manager Andrews, I thought that the city had, that we have a policy, maybe it's not written, I'm not sure. I'm reading an email that you had sent before that we basically, sorry, I'm reading it now, that states that the city is opposed to residential districts. Can you explain that history? Because it doesn't make sense.
Thank you for the question, Councilor. We're prepared for this evening. Actually, City Attorney Franco will run through this for us. There are some details and some legal aspects to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. So yes, the city's had a Metro District policy since, I believe, 2004. And the policy does express some concerns and generally disfavors the creation of residential metropolitan special districts and calls for any residential district, in order to justify consideration of a metro district, to have certain special characteristics. So it remains to be seen what the review uncovers as for this proposal, and also whether the justifications for a metropolitan special district covering a residential area are met, and that will be a determination for City Council to make. So, we can evaluate what they're seeking, and we can tell you whether or not it complies with the city's policy. The policy also includes a mill levy cap, 25 mills on residential. Our initial review shows that this request is going to come in higher than 25 mills. I believe they're seeking 40 mills plus 10 for maintenance. So it does need to be reviewed, and I expect that Mr. Weiser will provide some recommendations for council to consider, and it will be up to City Council in the end whether or not to approve or request or require changes to the Metropolitan Special District Service Plan in this case.
Third question are the deliberations for approval or not approval for an MSD subject to quasi-judicial rules? Meaning, can we give our opinion, or is this part of that whole process where we have to wait and hear it out?
Well, I would recommend that we evaluate the proposal, and that City Council consider not only the proposal itself, but certain recommendations that our outside expert will provide us. I think that it's important to get someone with a statewide perspective, as Mr. Weiser has, to fully understand whether these mill levies are realistic on a statewide level. Yes, we can provide with recommendations to City Council. I would ask the council members perhaps wait to form their judgment on this until they've been able to consider the specifics of the request and the specific recommendations that we can provide to you.
So is that a yes or no on quasi, or is it an unknown?
Well, what I'm suggesting is similar to quasi-judicial in that you base your decision on the evidence that's presented. But you may have opinions at this point. I would just urge you to wait until we can evaluate their proposal, and then you can review it fully, and then you can reach your own conclusions. And that is something absolutely you can vote upon in a public meeting.
All right, thanks.
Councilor Baker?
Thank you, Mayor. According to our policy, on page 6 of the policy published on December 2004, on page 6, in the first bullet point, taking a segment of it, it says applications for residential MSDs will not be accepted unless there is a very special reason which staff will determine and communicate to City Council. So are you going to communicate the special reason to us?
So if council will recall, the applicant in this case attempted to make this application earlier on in the process. And we advised them that they needed to first have an approved ODP, or official development plan, before they could apply. That's also contained in the policy of the city. So the reason the application didn't come forward earlier was that City Council was considering the requests attached to this development, which included a master ODP for parcel A, which is the largest parcel, I believe over 200 acres, if I'm not mistaken. So now that the master ODP on parcel A has been approved, the applicant is seeking, consideration of this, service plan that they are proposing. We'd like to take a look and see how much of it is specific to parcel A, and then let City Council know what recommendations we would have for consideration of this service plan. And the applicant would suggest in their submittal that the special nature of their project, which includes some not only residential, but some retail, and they also characterize their application as being one for a new urbanist project. I think this is, following some of the guidance in the policy, which identified the Bradburn neighborhood as one example of a residential development that was appropriate for a metropolitan special district to be created. So if council would permit staff to evaluate the submittal and then provide some guidance, that would be our recommendation.
So I again go back to what was the special reason? Or are they not calling this a residential MSD? Are they calling it a commercial MSD?
No, I believe they are calling it residential. They're characterizing their project and attempting to fit within the city's example of residential districts that have some mixed use, potentially being special, and residential that's done in a new urbanist manner, potentially being special. I can't tell you today whether, I think it would help to have Mr. Weiser evaluate the service plan that they're proposing, and we could make a recommendation for City Council based on that review.
So what was the special reason they said? Was it because this was new urbanist?
Correct. They're describing their project as including some new urbanist elements as well as mixed use. They're saying that because it has some retail, it would qualify as, in your words, special.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I have one. Oh, sorry. No, here. Just lost it. Give me a second. I know that we just had a conversation on GID and BIDs. I'll tell you that what is the consequence? What is the result if we do not approve this contract tonight? As far as I know that this is one step in looking at the process, but what happens if we don't approve this contract to move forward?
Well, Thank you for the question, Councilor Emmons. So the contract tonight is to retain Butler Snow to evaluate the service plan and provide the city with some guidance. It's really up to the city whether or not to approve a service plan for a metro district. That comes later. The step that we are considering tonight is whether or not to hire specialized outside counsel, the cost of which would be covered by the applicant, so Uplands, to provide some guidance and some advice to the city.
Okay. And what ballpark generalizing, when would that then, if this moves forward, when would the proposed item come back before council for review?
I don't believe we have a hard timeline built into the code here. I think that it'll be determined how much time Mr. Weiser is able to spend. I would transmit the materials to him tomorrow if the contract were approved, so that he could begin his review. And we would involve staff from finance and community development and evaluate, the nature of the project approvals and the application of our local policy on metropolitan special districts. I expect Mr. Weiser would consider the service plan language, which talks about mill levies. It would talk about the types of debt, the term of bonds that could be issued, the types of things that could be financed with those bonds, provide us more of a statewide perspective on whether these are terms that are typically appropriately included in a metropolitan special district, or perhaps local rules suggest they need to be modified, in which case we would be recommending changes before City Council approved any kind of a metro special district service plan.
Okay. I would have liked to see a little bit more information on MSDs, because just from what I've been reading in our sister cities, it's very concerning as far as what's going on to residents. And so I'm very cautious and very hesitant to even move forward with this. I understand it's one step in the process to take a deeper dive in and look, but I'm honestly doing a gut check and it doesn't feel right. So if I can have my colleagues maybe, if you know a little bit more to persuade me, but it's right now, it's not sitting right for me. I appreciate your description and trying to get me there, but for me, I will have to be a no unless there's compelling evidence or compelling information that could move it forward. So thank you.
For me, as they do all of this research and make recommendations, will they tell us how much this is going to cost each household extra?
Absolutely. I think that's fair. You want to know that the mill levy burden for each residential homeowner, how that would be impacted if it were adjusted by 50 mills or even the 25 mills that's identified under our local policy.
Right. Councilor Izadi.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a quick comment. I would echo Councilor Emmons' thoughts here. I have serious concerns of any residential MSD at a time when all of working families are just struggling to survive and we're going to add more cost on their lives. But that's besides the point here. My actual question is timing. Do we know how long this evaluation would take? When would we need to when would the actual MSD service plan come to council, that kind of thing?
Part of the answer is Mr. Weiser's schedule and the amount of time that he would require for his review. As an attorney, he can brief City Council in an executive session and give you his legal analysis of what the applicant is requesting. But as far as the in-house portion, I would probably need some help answering the time question from maybe finance and community development, how much staff time we would anticipate in the process here. And I wouldn't want to leave out economic development. Ms. Kimball, I don't know if economic development would be involved as well.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. Larry Dorr, Chief Financial Officer. We've received some of the documents and Mr. Weiser's review. I think we believe 30 to 60 days is probably a first blush to give a thorough review and form some opinions and recommendations for you. We would certainly, once the work commences and we can refer this to others, we could update you on that timeline.
Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it would be helpful to review what previous council 18 years ago said about residential MSDs. And of course, this is primarily a residential MSD because there's hardly any commercial to it at all. But 18 years ago, the city council said, in general, the city is opposed to the creation of MSDs to fund the capital construction of residential developments for the following reasons. Number one, virtually all existing Westminster residential development has been funded without MSDs. In other words, the lack of having these districts clearly has not adversely affected Westminster's residential development. Two, creation of a residential MSD creates a differential property tax structure among similar residential developments where the MSD resident is paying significantly more property tax without any commensurate public benefit, up to 6 to 7 times more than the city mill levy. Number three, buyers of homes in MSD projects are generally unaware of the higher property taxes in their development, but can become upset when they later discover this. Residents may be surprised to find out the price of their home did not include the price of streets and utilities in their development that they must repay over 30 or more year period through their property tax versus the vast majority of Westminster homes where this is not the case. And number four, there would be arguably public benefit if home prices were lower in MSD projects, reflecting the developer's lower capital costs. Studies have shown that this is not the case. So my question is, what is this review by Mr. Weiser going to add? I mean, if we know the details of the mill levy, if we know exactly what it's being bent on, how does it add to what we already know?
So I think there's considerable detail in the service plan about the types of debt, the types of improvements that are funded by debt, and the conditions under which that debt can be refinanced and for how long. I think it would be helpful and informative to have that information provided to City Council to understand, and I'm not suggesting that the city's policy, isn't there for a good reason. I'm just suggesting that our goal would be to provide information to City Council to inform your decision, whichever way it goes.
Councilor Namela.
So I am interested to see what this, especially since we're not paying for it, what this review would entail in terms of the types of information that Mr. Weiser can provide us. I think it would be helpful to understand well, in a broader picture, I know that a lot of development these days is being developed with metro districts, and often they are with 50 mills, with the 10 mil going for maintenance. So not to say that that is something that just because it's happening is what is needed. But I would like to understand how the development industry and the need to construct infrastructure and the cost of infrastructure has changed over 18 years. So that would be like a helpful external context, I think for the whole group, I think it would be helpful to understand in terms of how this project is different, to help for us to differentiate it between or differentiate it from other projects that we're familiar with, like Legacy Ridge, projects that don't have metro districts, the timing when they were built, but how is this different from things like Legacy Ridge or something more recent like Tanglewood or 104th and Sheridan? I know there's a scale element to this, but that kind of differential would be helpful. It would also be helpful to understand the metro districts that we do have in the city, how they have fared. So if Bradburn received, for example, a 25 mil levy for their district, I know they recently refinanced, just a comparison, and if there are anything that we should be watching for as we evaluate this finance plan. To the mayor's question regarding the impact to future residents, it would be helpful to know the base property tax in the area and how that might compare to other areas in the city. It would also be helpful to know what the projected range of return is based on all of the financing that they're proposing. I know that just as a context piece that a lot of cities are adding a requirement for more earlier notification to residents if there is going to be a metro district we could potentially update our ordinance, right? It's a little bit old. And then with respect to this particular site, what is the unique circumstance in relation to the capital costs and infrastructure? But not just like mixed use doesn't help, right? It's like a comparison of here's typical suburban, here's what you, with this type of development, you just end up, there are alleyways, so there's additional concrete. You're building twice as much roadway or whatever. It would be helpful to get that perspective. Okay.
Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not want to distill this down to, plebiscite on whether we want metro districts or not. We're going to be receiving an application from the Uplands for a metro district. Do we want competent professional assistance in evaluating that? That's all I see this is, and I think we have an obligation to make sure that we get an expert in this, in the legal services for this metro district so that we can then evaluate. So I will be a yes so that we can get competent legal advice.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Frankel, does our current ordinance or code, could we require, if a metro district happened, could we require that the buyers of the property be notified? I've heard a lot of that, a lot of times they don't know. I imagine we have some control over that as a city if we allowed it.
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So yes, the news coverage is of concerning stories where buyers claim not to have received adequate notice. I believe, at a closing, you would be notified that your property is inside a metro district. Whether we could also do a local ordinance mandating that, staff is happy to investigate that option for City Council. So yes, we can add that extra layer of notification if that's what City Council is interested in.
And I mean, that's a conversation for another day, deciding if we go down that road, but I would be in favor of that because I think it's much like buying an HOA. I purposely bought outside of an HOA because I didn't want to pay for an HOA. So if it's being notified that it's not somehow a hardship being put on a home buyer if they choose to live inside that metro district. So I would hope that there would be some sort of mechanism so people at least understand if, maybe if they're coming from out of state or something and they don't understand it. As far as the current policy, I want to at least address it because 18 years ago, a lot of things were different. Think about just 2 years ago, what was a felony and what was a misdemeanor in the state of Colorado. So I mean, look at construction costs from 6 months ago to today. I don't think that that's necessarily a good judge, but even more important, I'm with Councilor Seymour. What I want is the best professional advice for a decision that we're potentially going to have to make, an application that was put through our process legitimately, that is not costing the taxpayers any additional money because they're paying for it. So I think we have an obligation to get the best expert we can with the applicant's money, and then find out what information he brings forward so that we can base our decision on the best knowledge we have.
Councilor Izadi?
Thank you, Mayor. And just to follow up on that, this district though would not just be for net new people moving in, right? It would be for the existing folks there.
No, the district would only cover the uplands development. And I don't think there are people living in the uplands development yet.
So the surrounding neighborhoods, would it be just for the development itself, but not the surrounding?
Just the development itself.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Emmons?
Thank you. Councilor Seymour, you provide an excellent argument. I'm going to counter a little bit and say part of the conversation that that stopped me in my tracks is that I know this is one step in the process, but I don't want to give, one, do we want MSDs for one? Two, do we then give false hope in taking this next step if we are or we aren't? And so we're in that like limbo process as far as whether or not we have an MSD, of whether or not we're going to approve it in the future. You provide a good argument. I don't want to stop the conversation. So I will cautiously move forward and say that I have changed my mind and hopefully will better understand this MSD process and understanding the ins and outs of it. But like I mentioned, I don't want it to give false hope that this is in fact moving forward as a MSD project.
Anybody listening to the last half hour and doesn't think that there's questions would be crazy. So I think it's been made clear. You all have questions. We all have questions, but we need good information that we can trust and understand what the ramifications are and make decisions beyond that. Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Councilor Namella,
Yes.
Councilor Seymour,
Yes.
Councilor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Councilor Emmons.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That moves us to item 10E.
Sorry, Mayor, I forgot. Councilor Zadi,
Oh, sorry.
my apologies. Now, motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. 10E, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize interim city manager to execute a negotiated contract with sole bidder Goodland Construction, Inc. for construction of Block A4, One Earth and infrastructure project in downtown Westminster in the amount of $499,726. Authorize a contingency in the amount of $75,000 and a total authorized expenditure not to exceed $574,726.
Councilor Seymour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 10E. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Baker.
Yeah, I have a couple questions on this because as it stands right now, without taking into the profit sharing element that is involved in this, we're actually paying out more money than we took in land sales for these two properties, which I find troubling. So is there some way that we can try to put a number for the profit sharing element of this?
Thank you for the question, Councilor. Our Economic Development Director, Lindsay Kimball, will help address the question there. And we also have John Burke with the team here as well.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councilor, for your question. So within the development agreement, which was approved by the council on February 10th of 2020, there is a profit sharing element there. We don't have exact numbers yet because they report as units. When units are sold, 90% of the units are sold. So that has not happened. The project is not completed. So those units have not yet been closed on. So we don't have a closing price for those. So we wouldn't be able to make an estimate on that at this time.
So we don't have any projection or estimate?
Well, you know, this real estate market has been a wild ride. So I would hesitate to make an estimate and get held to it. We did look up the recent numbers from the Realtors Association for the area, and prices, just for example, year over year, they've increased about 18% for attached units. So that would be the townhome product and condo product. Additionally, month over month, it's been about a 3.4% increase. So, you know, those numbers, and as interest rates increase, it's you know, it would be quite a guess if we had to, and we looked at current prices coming in right now, based on the formula outlined in Section 5 of the agreement, we would potentially see between 450 to 550. But again, that's at today's prices. And, you know, we don't know what's going to happen with the interest rates. There's been a cooling on some of those sale prices. So I wish I had a crystal ball and could tell you the exact answer.
Well, we had a couple options when we entered this contract. And a reasonable person would think that the previous council must have found it financially beneficial to go with a profit sharing arrangement and low land sales prices rather than to just take a straight land sales price and let all the risk rest with, the developer. If you look at the apartments that were built there, those were just sold elements, and those were it's hard because there's commercial mixed in with the apartments. You're making guesstimates, but it was around $10,000 a door. Okay. And that's on a rental property. Generally with ownership property, like with single family homes, the rule of thumb is 20% of the price is in the lot. Okay, so at the time we did this, weren't there some estimates made to say that this profit sharing would yield more return on the land investment we made than just go with a flat sale? I mean, you weren't here, and I understand that's somewhat difficult for you because you're just reading the reports just like I am. So we're making assumptions.
Certainly, I'm sure that, and John, I don't know if you want to add to this, but certainly the land price was kept low at the time. It was one of our first in developments, and that profit sharing element clearly was going to be seen as the way that the city would get back that investment and the value of the project to us. Again, John, you'll have to please answer if you guys did do those projections.
Happy to. John, if I could ask, maybe go through what Councillor Baker's asking for is what did we anticipate at the time? So talk about the pricing structure at the time and why the cost and profit sharing made sense then. And since then, what's been happening with the real estate prices, which is they have been rising. So we can talk potentially about what that would do to the formula in general terms, not specific, because we haven't got those final prices landing yet.
Sure. No, it's a great question. So importantly, and I'll go back to last Monday night when we presented the vision for downtown Westminster, and what we got back from the community is we want this ownership residential in this downtown, which is extremely important. Given the fact it's never had residential before, it was a risk to any developer. Back in 2019, Councilor Namel, remember, we sent out a request for interest to a number of developers to go build condominiums and townhomes in downtown Westminster. From that, we received two proposals to go build those. And out of that, because we did want a shared risk scenario, we negotiated a land price of $5 a square foot. At that time, we were getting inquiries from developers saying, hey, we'd give you at the most $7 a square foot for that property based upon single family or townhome development or condo development on that site. We think more valuable land that we have in downtown Westminster. And so we decided to share that risk at that $5 with this upside potential of the profit sharing. So with some of the numbers, and again, forgive me for maybe diving into a little bit of those numbers with you, Councilor Baker, we did identify that we wanted to share that profit at 50-50 with the developer, again, a shared upside potential. We, at that point, this was back in 2019, locked in a land price or a price per unit of $300 per square foot as it amassed across all 34 of those units. And anything that sells above that $300 a square foot, the city then splits with that developer at 50-50. Our estimates back then anticipated somewhere around maybe 305, 307 a square foot, because the market back then, as Councilor Seymour would recognize, was different than it is today. Today's market is entirely different from a residential perspective. We see this across the state, across the U.S. So right now we're starting to see some estimated sales price, and like Director Kimball said, we don't know what that's going to be, but we're anticipating it's going to be upwards of 315 a square foot, which means we're right in the profit share. Our estimates right now, and it's important to note that this Lunar infrastructure that has its public right-of-way, has our water line, it has that public facility inside of that, serves both A4 West, which is this first phase of development, the 34 townhomes, and A4 East, which is the other 17 townhomes plus 20 condominiums, which, by the way, we've not had condominiums in Westminster for well over 10, 12 years. So this will be the first product type that we get ownership in the downtown. So yes, we're building this public facility between two private development projects, and we share the profit from both. Rough numbers. Land sale prices for both east and west, net commissions and closing costs, right around $350,000 plus or minus. Estimated profit share for both projects, if I total those up, somewhere upwards of $800,000, and these are estimates based upon current conditions, market conditions. The contract before tonight's around $574,000 with our city contingency. Markets these days, construction costs are incredibly accelerated. It's really hard to even get any contract signed. As I identified in the agenda memo, we bid this out twice. And after bidding out twice, we got one bid, which is very challenging. And we got to get this done in order for these future residents to be able to own and move into their homes. So with that, we'd still net about $580,000 with the profit share, with the land sale prices included. Again, these are estimates, and forgive me for not kind of discussing that with you previously. But that's where we are today. That's why we anticipated seeing some upside potential with this developer.
How big are the units? What is like the median unit size in square feet? 1,500 square feet?
I don't know the details. I think they're right around 1,400 square feet. Again, 2 bedrooms on those 3-story townhomes, at least the first 34 units.
Okay, so it's about a median of 1,400 square feet.
Right, and I would have to go back. It's somewhere between that 14 and 1,800. I haven't looked at those details lately, but I can follow up with you.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Councilor Emmons?
Thank you, Mr. Burke. I think I might need you, but I'll ask. If you recall, I was trying to look through the original contract back in February of 2020. Do you recall whether or not that clause was in the original, or was it in the amendment that was in July?
It was in the original. The amendment occurred right at that cusp of COVID and the impact of supply chain and everything else. We extended some of the dates and times.
Yep.
And also projected ahead with some of the dollar per square foot on that. But yeah, that profit share was in the very original agreement.
Okay, because I tried to find it and it didn't clearly outline this clause in our contract. So if you could point us to that, that would be.
Councilor Emmons, great question. In the sale and development agreements, it's section 5, profit sharing. And we'll be happy to, we can send you a copy.
Okay. I was in section 2, the city public improvement. So, okay, thank you so much.
Seeing no other questions. Go ahead.
My question here is, if we didn't do this, wouldn't this make us in default of the contract we signed?
Yes.
Okay. And if we were in default of the contract we signed because the various remedies for default I saw as very minimal, and wouldn't just throw this entire block A4 into complete chaos?
Malcolm Murray, WEDA Special Counsel. The answer is yes. We would be in default. The developer at this point would terminate this agreement. So there wouldn't be any construction of A4 East, no construction of C7, and he would be absolved from any responsibility to build condominiums on A1. In addition, what would happen is that these units in this property would be deprived of public access. And he would have a cause of action, basically an inverse condemnation claim against the city for depriving him of access, his property of access to the public right away.
Thank you.
Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to go back a couple of years through some interesting times because originally when we were looking at this, I'm just trying to see what my vote was. And it looks like I originally voted against this. And I'm trying to remember though, because I thought that this particular block through COVID and everything because of situation in the economy and stuff. I'm trying to look at the staff members. So I apologize. I don't know this, but did this change from that original agreement in February of 2020? Because didn't the way that the deal structured change at some point because of the market for them to make it work? Or is this exactly the way it was in February 2020?
The requirement to construct public infrastructure was in the original agreement, as was the profit sharing. There was an amendment to extend, as John said, Mr. Burke said, some of the deadlines that were in
It was just the deadlines though.
Probably about 2 or 3 things. The deadline was one of them. You may recall in the very original, we also had block A1, which was all condominiums, was part of the original agreement. Back then, when 2020 hit, there was some concern about developing that particular product type solely on just that block. And so they pivoted to, and this was the addition, the original development agreement only had A4 West, so just a half of block A4. As we discussed building out the full block, we amended that contract to then include A4 East, which is a benefit not only to the city for building infrastructure, but also the benefit of seeing that full block build out. So that was one of the additional changes that we made in 2020.
Okay.
As well as the extension of some of the timelines to deliver a product based upon the uncertainty with the construction market.
Okay. Well, and so I think that's just important for me because I'm trying to justify my votes here. I wasn't in favor, but I was not in the majority of this. And so I guess where I'm at is what you just mentioned before my questions is, to me, there are people who, I remember some showed up at our town hall that have already purchased these properties. And so I think at this point, I'm not going to try to stop this because I think we need to make sure that we're allowing them access to the property that they've already started to put investment in. So I will be in favor of it, but I did want to at least put on the record, I wasn't in favor of it because I didn't like the deal at the time, but it looks like that was a 4-3 vote back in February 2020. So just to be clear with everybody why I would favor moving forward with it.
Councilor Emmons?
Thank you. I was along the same lines. I was a no vote originally in February of 2020 on this property, mainly for the reasons Councilor Baker had called out, as far as I didn't think that the profit sharing was appropriate, or that amount was appropriate, and the land sale of our downtown was appropriate for that. I was a yes vote on changing the deadlines for out of control circumstances in 2020. And so I was a yes vote on the amendment for this. I had, keeping an open mind, I was going to be consistent with my original vote because it made sense to do so. However, hearing the information from our attorney, Mr. Malcolm, it makes sense that we don't want to be in default, right? We have tenants already planning to move into this area, and it seems appropriate that we continue what we said we do. Even though I was in the minority for that project, it's important that we are committed to not only what we say we do, but to the residents who plan to be here. So I will be a yes vote.
Councilor Baker?
Yeah, I'd like to know how many square feet this really wound nerf is. There's nothing in the thing, so I guess it is roughly 20,000 square feet.
Could be. I didn't do the math on that, sir. I can find out though.
Do you have a guess?
I don't.
Okay, 50 feet wide by 400 feet long? I mean, aren't streets generally 50 feet wide?
This one is not.
This one's going to have a whole lot of obstacles in it. That's the whole point of a wound nerf.
Right, to slow traffic down. Correct, and protect our public utility. We'll say 30 feet by, what that distance is on that half a block. We'll say 400 feet. Sure. It's about 12,000 square feet.
Thank you.
Councilor Izadi?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to comment that I think it was a good deal, and it's great to see ownership in the downtown. So thank you for that.
Councilor Numela?
Just want to obviously disclose I was part of this, the negotiation of this project, and not part of its approval. And so while I was a part of the negotiations, I see this as a separate element where it's more fulfilling our contract. So that's why I will vote on this and vote in the positive for it.
I see no more lights, so do we have a light to approve this? A motion? Councilor Numela?
We
already did it.
call the
Oh,
roll call.
I'm sorry. That was a half an hour ago. Roll call, please.
Councilor Numela,
Yes.
Councilor Seymour,
Yes.
Councilor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Councilor Emmons,
Yes.
Councilor Zadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 vote.
That brings us to 10F. Councilor Seymour?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to authorize the interim city manager to sign a contract for legal services with Foster, Graham, Milstein, and Kelshire, LLP, to represent the city in real estate land use matters.
Councilor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass item 10F. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Baker?
Right. And so what is this outside law firm going to be doing that we can't do ourselves, recognizing we lost our staff member who was doing this? We don't have a backup. We don't have training. We wanted to give her a going away present.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Baker. So yes, Ms. Decker went back to private practice. She was the deputy city attorney and our in-house specialist in land use and real estate. I am also familiar with land use and real estate practice, but not to the specialist level that she practices. And she has offered to assist the city while we recruit her successor. The posting for the new deputy city attorney closed today, so we are hopeful that we can fill the position. Until that happens, though, I think we will need some outside support, and I would ask for council to approve this contract so that Ms. Decker can, as one who is most familiar with ongoing projects that are coming through the city's land development process and most familiar with the code, I think it would be most efficient, honestly, to have her consult a few hours here and there so that she can provide support to our community development and economic development departments while we recruit and hire her successor.
And basically, what is the hourly fee? And this is an up-to contract, I assume. And how many projects do we have that might need her like assistance?
You might be surprised how often land use matters questions are asked. We do keep quite busy with our planning and community development and economic development departments. So how many, I can tell you that the contract is a not to exceed $20,000 and that the proposed hourly rate is $350. Her associate is $228 and another is $260. So depending on who at the firm supports us, that's the range of rates between $228 and $350 per hour.
Okay, and you expect to spend how many hours?
Well, that's difficult to predict in that we hope to have a new deputy on staff within the next 2 months, but the recruitment is still ongoing. So I think $20,000 of authority would be more than adequate. If council's more comfortable with a lower level of authorization, we can certainly come back if needed, but that would be the request.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Emmons?
Thank you. For this contract in particular, and maybe having the benefit of working with Ms. Decker for nearly 3 years, she is very well versed in the ins and outs, the ups and downs, the backs and forwards with any kind of land use development, more than I've seen with, and no offense to your office, but then any other attorney that we've worked with in your office. And that just goes to show her expertise in what she provides for us. And so while we don't want to lose that institutional knowledge for that, and one of my concerns was losing Ms. Decker, are we going to be able to replace in the future a well-versed attorney in this particular specialty? So I will be voting yes on this tonight.
I see nothing else. Roll call, please.
Councilor Seymour?
Yes.
Councilor Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Councilor Emmons?
Yes.
Councilor Zadi?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Councilor Nermello?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 vote.
Thank you. That brings us to, we're ready to adjourn, but do we have 2 executive sessions we need to talk about?
We do, Mayor. We have, excuse me, in addition to the 2 presentations that are scheduled to commence with the conclusion of this agenda, 2 executive sessions. One is for an update as to collective bargaining, and the other is a WIDA executive session to discuss consultant contracts. So if council would like to take that vote now before we adjourn, I could read the first title for your consideration.
Perfect.
The first title is an executive session to consult with the city attorney regarding the legal issues associated with collective bargaining and to discuss the city's position on issues subject to formal negotiation and the progress and status of collective bargaining negotiations pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code 1113C7 and 8, as well as Colorado Revised Statute 246402 4B and E1.
We'll poll council that you want to go into executive session and you will hold the information confidential. Councilor Izadi? Councilor Namella?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mayor McNally, yes.
Yes.
Councilor Emmons? Sorry. Councilor Seymour?
Yes.
Councilor Baker?
Yes.
Number 2.
Number 2 requires a changing of hats. So the next session is for WIDA. So if council were willing to vote in their capacity as the WIDA Board of Directors, the executive session that's proposed for WIDA would be to provide direction to the authority's negotiators regarding consultant contracts related to the downtown Westminster project and as authorized by Westminster Municipal Code 1113C4 and 7, as well as Colorado Revised Statute 246402 4E1.
Same, I will pull council. Councilor Azadi? Councilor Namella?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Sorry, you're supposed to be board members. Chair McNally, yes. Board Member Emmons?
Yes.
Board Member Seymour?
Yes.
Board Member Baker? Okay. It is 9:35. We are going to take a 5-minute break. Then we are going to, Jody, we're going to do the first executive with collective bargaining first. That's not going to take long. So you all get a longer break. But then we'll come back out here for the 2 presentations, and they are big ones. So precise questions that are not questions giving 15 minutes of something first before your question is going to be appreciated, because they're both very important. And after that, we have then another executive session. So enjoy your 5 minutes. Are we ready to go? Yes, no, maybe. First up. Thanks for waiting for us.
Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. We're happy to be here tonight for another round of Semper Water Treatment Plant conversations. We were hoping to be in there so we could have a nice conversation with you, but we're looking forward to hearing your input, providing some additional information, and giving you an update of what next steps are going to be. We are going to jump around a little bit tonight. So we've got 3 different items we're going to be talking to you about. One is related to the treatment trains and how they're laid out, both at Semper and Northwest. I'm stealing a little bit of Stephanie's thunder here. Then we're going to talk about demand, because that's important when we start talking about what our construction windows would be. And then we're going to get into more of some of the in-depth conversation where we're going to be asking City Council to do a little bit of homework. So so much fun, I know. So with that, I'm going to invite Stephanie Bleicher, our interim utilities engineering manager, up, and she's going to give the presentation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. My name is Stephanie Bleicher, and I'm here this evening to talk about Semper rehabilitation and rebuild evaluation. This is the 3rd presentation, and along with me, we have 2 members of our team from CDM Smith, Tim Reinders, he's the project manager, and Carl London, and he is the technical lead. Project technical lead. I got to. So anyway, next slide, please. As Sarah mentioned, we have 3 agenda items. They're kind of separate issues to talk about. The first one is how Semper and Northwest operate. And this is specifically about how they operate and how this relates to the rehabilitation and reevaluation discussion. Annual demands, that's also impactful to this discussion. And finally, we talked to you a month ago about benefits criteria and weighting. So we're kind of just taking that to the next level. So some of it will look familiar and some of it will look a little bit new. Next slide, please. So Semper and Northwest Treatment Facility have single points of failure in some locations. So what that means is those are things that design engineers, regulatory agencies focus on a treatment facility because they're points of vulnerability potentially. And these are impactful to a rehabilitation or rebuild discussion. So on top, we have Semper. And I'm just going to point right to that diagram, Semper. You can see Stanley Lake, and there are 2 lines leaving Stanley Lake. Those are our 2 raw water pipelines. So right away, you can see they're bifurcated there. They go into the raw water control structures. From there to the flash mixers, 2 pipes each time, 2 flash mixers, 2 water control set structures. And then said basins, we have 4. We have 2 on the north and 2 on the south. I know you all have done a tour of the plant, so you probably have that in mind. From there to the sand filters. One kind of neat thing about the way this is laid out, you'll see those cross members. In fact, even at the raw water pipelines, they're cross members, but they're cross members on those pipes between the control structures and the flash mixers, between the flash mixers and the said basins, and so on. And what's nice about that is if one part of it breaks down, the water can kind of snake around. So it's a little better than bifurcated. Then when you get downstream of that to the clear well, that's where we have what we call a single point of failure. The pipe underneath the railroad tracks is a single point of failure. The tank has a bypass. We have that shown in dashed line. And that bypass is not for a prolonged period of time, but for temporary. That's something we could do. And then to the high service pump station. which has reliability built into it. On the northwest side, we have a single pipeline that feeds into the raw water controls. It's not bifurcated there, so that red arrow indicates that, to the flash mixer, to the flock said basins. Now, we do have an emergency bypass like the other bypass at the tanks on the Semper site that's intended for temporary emergency conditions. It would not be for prolonged. And then to the membrane filters. In the membrane filters, we have racks of membrane filters and lots of reliability built into that. Downstream of the membrane filters, a single pipeline. Single clear well, another single pipeline, and then to that high service pump station, a different high service pump station, which has reliability built into it. I was kind of expecting a question by now. I'm used to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not that I'm.
You need your microphone.
That's a great question. I'm glad you brought that up. So Semper has an overall capacity, I think it's 44 MGD. So you can split that and say 22 north and on each side.
And up at
Northwest.
And up in the northwest, we have about 15.
Northwest has about 15, and that's a little nuance. We're trying to exceed. We're trying to bump that up through some work we're doing with CDA, PHE, and some expansion we've done. But it's at 15. So as you're looking at it, you might be thinking, well, look at that redundant, the reliability that Semper has and Northwest doesn't. Well, Northwest is effectively one train. It's smaller than one train of Semper, so it kind of makes sense that we wouldn't invest in bifurcating Northwest like we would in Semper. I'm switching gears here a little bit, and I'm going to talk to you about demands, because this feeds into this discussion tonight, and it'll feed more into the discussion when we come back to you in June. So keep that in mind. So next slide, please. Okay. Northwest Treatment Facility meets demands for 5 months of the year. So before I get into what we want to communicate about this slide, the broken line is monthly historical maximum daily demands over 5 years, from 2017 through 2021. The dashed line is Northwest Water Treatment Facility's capacity. Right now we have it listed at 15 MGD. We did an expansion a few years ago, and we were seeking to get it re-rated at 17.7 MGD. And that's a process we do through CDPHE. We're in that process. Until we've succeeded in doing that, it's most appropriate to list Northwest's capacity at 15 MGD. So that's why you see it there. So one of the main points of this slide is what Northwest can do. And what Northwest Treatment Facility can do is it can meet the city's demands between the months of January and say mid-March. At that point, we need to bring Semper online to meet Westminster's water demands. Until about 2/3 of the way through October, water demands drop off again, and Northwest can meet those demands. To whatever extent Semper has to be shut down for whatever improvements this council may or may not decide to pursue, if we want to keep meeting those demands and we have to shut Semper down, that would restrict construction to that window of time when Northwest can meet demand. So January through mid-March, well, 2/3 of the way of October through mid-March. So that's kind of one of the constraints to kind of keep in mind. There are lots of policy choices that council has that could go in a different direction, but if to whatever extent that makes sense in future conversations, I wanted to point that out now.
And we have about 30 million gallons in all our storage tanks around the city, right?
That's a great question. I don't have that number off the top of my head. The storage tanks are there primarily one of their biggest functions is to meet peak demands. So
Right.
that is one of their biggest.
But I
functions.
mean,
But I could get you that.
if we were running short and we consumed 3 million gallons a day by taking it out of storage, we would only, if it's 30 million, we'd only have 10 days there. So our storage tanks really doesn't give us any time. We can't buy more than a week of time with our storage tanks.
That's a great question. And I think there are scenarios that will give you different periods of time, and 1 week may indeed be one of them. But
Okay, thanks.
And this chart is based on existing development, correct?
this is based on actual demands. This is based on actual reported demands between 2017 and 2021. Next slide, please. This slide is really a roadmap. It's a roadmap of where we've been and where we're headed. So the top half of it, that represents council, and the bottom part of that flow chart, if you'll call it, represents staff and the CDM engineering design team. In April, we came to you with a presentation and talked it, and council gave us some feedback on what their priorities were. And we identified needs. This month, we're coming to you with weighting information on priorities. Something for you. It is kind of homework. Nothing for you to provide us today, but something to use moving forward, because we're going to come back to you again and use that as a tool. In the meantime, our team is developing alternatives for rehabilitating and rebuilding Semper. And then in June and July timeframe, we'll be scoring those alternatives with your input. And then in August, coming to you to select an alternative. Next slide, please. Did somebody have a question?
And I think I probably know the answer to it, but I'm going to ask anyway. So you showed like the timelines. So I imagine whatever recommendation or options you're going to bring forward, you will also bring those forward in a way that we could understand how they would be phased in over time, understanding time constraints of construction with the busy season, not being able to take Semper offline, or at least not wholly offline. So you'd kind of show us what that actually looks like in operation. I see nodding heads though.
I think somebody back here answered your question.
Just 3 of them.
Okay, so we're on the next slide. All right, criteria to define the success. This may look a little familiar to you, but we've made some alterations. We fit some of the criteria into these general categories. And what we're doing is we're building here, we're providing you tools that we normally use, that engineers normally use to evaluate alternatives. And we're sharing that with you so you can be part of that process. So risk is one of them. It's about safety. It's about construction, reducing construction uncertainty and ability to meet demands. One of the things we got feedback on was physical and cybersecurity and including that. So we included that in risk. Resiliency, land for expansion, land for keeping a treatment plant in operation while replacing trains as they need to be replaced due to age and condition. And future regulations, can the treatment plant be upgraded to meet future regulations? How flexible is it? Efficiency, this really speaks to how we spend our money and how we invest it. And not sinking a whole bunch of money into something necessarily that we're not going to see that much return on, and also not trying to stretch something beyond what it's capable of reaching. Along that, with that, we have a handout.
Quick question.
Yes.
How is the water infrastructure construction market right now? I assume prices have gone up, supply is down. Is it being affected by the general construction market? What's happening there?
It's just like the rest of the construction market. Yes, it is.
So that uncertainty item there, that speaks to that risk of, since the longer we wait, the worse it gets.
I guess I'm not going to say that in this moment. I don't try to predict things like the stock market and that kind of thing. But the fact is, construction has gotten more expensive. Well, you've heard it from other people in our group. Oh, you're not good enough?
And I have a question. I thought we were going to get prices by June.
No, prices are going to come at the end. We did speak to that last month. Prices are going to come at the end. We're developing alternatives. I'll get to that a little later in the conversation, but prices are coming at the end. They're not coming. So let's take a look at this and let's look at this side first. Okay. So this looks kind of like the slide I have up here right now. We have a risk category, a resilience category, an efficiency category, and other considerations. Other considerations are things where we're looking for council input, because you may provide additional input that's relevant, and we want to have a place to account for that. And then looking on the far left column, you can see criteria measure. So this speaks to the similar items that you saw on the slide. Staff recommended importance. This is a starting point. This is kind of how our group would evaluate this, the team between the city engineering team, CDM's team. This is how we could do this. Is this the right answer? Not necessarily. This is just a starting point, because this is where policy decisions are made, and this is where council is going to provide their input. And so we have high, normal, and lower. None of these are wrong answers. One of you may say lower across the board. Another one might say higher across the board. They're all right answers. This is policy level information. So look at that staff. It's just a staff input or staff recommendations is just a starting point. Now I'm flipping it over to this side. And does this cover every single thing under risk, resiliency, and efficiency? No. But it covers quite a few. It's something that CDM and staff put together. So we had both input on this. And I don't want to read these off. I just want to kind of give you the opportunity to digest this, because when we come back, we're going to start applying this to alternatives. Giving a higher score means that the alternative has a greater benefit. So on the left side, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 higher benefit. So it's safer, it's more resilient, and it's more efficient. And then 1 is the lower. And then there are points in between. And as alternatives get discussed, then we'll have a little more context to that. What we really wanted to do is give this to you to kind of give you that context up front without a particular alternative in mind. So you can kind of do it outside of that box. And then some alternatives we may not be able to get, this is exactly the score set I want for each of these items. Maybe we'll have an alternative that matches that precisely, or maybe it'll be prohibitive for some impractical reason. We'll see.
Question?
Yes.
When I compare alternatives, I always compare price. See, I don't think price comes last. I think price is there all the time. And when I compare alternatives, I look at the price. So like if I can buy a water plant for $30 million and it only goes up to 3, but I can spend $200 million and get it to 5, I'm going to buy number 3. So how do we insert price into this table of preferences? Because these are just preferences, and really we have very little data to make that choice on.
There are a couple reasons for that. First of all, the alternatives are getting developed now. And price on any project tends to be the very last thing you get, because the alternative has to be developed before the price can be developed. The other reason for that is that if you try to, and maybe this isn't what you were saying, but maybe it was what I was hearing, but if you try to put price into this, you can almost be counting it twice. So we would like to give you is the alternatives with your rankings, and you get to choose, you get to change these rankings. Next month you may decide one thing, the month after you may change it. That's exactly what happens on our teams too. We'll tweak them. We'll say, well, this is, it just, that's part of the process. But if you have price on here, it's almost like you're counting it twice. We want to give you the alternative, the price at the bottom, and then you get to see those things independent of each other. So it's a timing thing, and it's also, let's keep these things discrete so that it doesn't sort of become part of your risk, resilience, efficiency, other considerations determination. Next slide, please. Yes.
So for risk, just curious regarding these measures, if we have this operations and maintenance complexity being all treatment on a single site, yada, yada, where is it where like there's physical and cybersecurity, and we talk about how controlled it is, but do we also acknowledge that having a diversity of sites could actually be beneficial if one site goes down or is attacked or something? So I just don't see that in here. I just see like the quality of the access versus is,
So you're looking at the physical column, and I think what I'm hearing, tell me if I'm hearing this right, is if we had multiple sites, we'd have kind of less risk.
Potentially to an attack. I'm just curious about that because
Well, we're not suggesting that we're not going to have 2 sites, right? We have Northwest and Semper. The question is, do we replace Semper where Semper is, or do we replace Semper where there's nothing? But we would still have the 2 sites. Is that why it's not in there?
Well, I'm looking at like operations and maintenance complexity, and number 5 is all treatment on a single site. And so I just, I
see what you're saying. No, I think it's a good point. What's beneficial in one respect may be a disadvantage in another.
Yes.
That's actually, that can happen. Yeah. That's part of the weighting.
But I guess it's not that aspect of having the diversity of sites isn't in this. I don't see where it would be.
The diversity of sites.
Well, like more than one site being a benefit.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm curious. I want to follow your thought process. So, like, part of the discussion is what kind of treatment we would have at each different site, because, you brought this up in the tours when whoever toured with us, was that Northwest was better at certain kind of circumstances and Semper is better at other kind of circumstances. So imagine, to your point, we would want to know what the trade-offs are if you change the kind of treatment at Semper versus what we have. So, that kind of goes down that path. But
I don't know if that's what you were asking, but
I'm starting to hear it as more of a comment. Is that true?
Well, I was just not trying to complicate it. I was just, I'm seeing.
Okay, I'm getting some suggestions here that we could add it as an option.
Well, there's only one definite, I'm just asking if, risk wise, if there's some measure or reason to add having more than one site, because that gives us some level of backup if one of the sites should go down.
So when you say more than one site, what I think I'm hearing, because we already have more than one
Yes.
site,
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on, I'm stuck on operations and maintenance complexity being like a 5 is that we have everything on one site. So how do you counterbalance that with the fact that more than one site would be beneficial?
I don't think it's anything but Northwest.
I thought this was our system.
I think
just simpler.
Okay, I think I'm gonna speak to this a little bit, and it might relate back to where we were 8 months ago or more, when we had a plan to build a treatment plant out at Westminster on Westminster Boulevard, and that plan was we're going to build a portion of that treatment facility and keep Semper engaged. So we were going to have both treatment plants running. And it was just kind of a stepwise. Some of it was the efficiency part we're talking about to get our money's worth out of Semper. And some of it, there were a variety of reasons that I'm not prepared to talk about in this moment, but I'm guessing that might be why that is.
Okay, I'm literally like one for operations and maintenance complexities, is staffing 3 plants, increased maintenance costs due to aging assets. So we have 3 plants. This is like why I'm looking at this as, are these measures of that we're placing on the entire water treatment system, i.e. multiple plants, including Semper, because that's how I'm reading the measures under operations and maintenance. You go from 1 facility to 3 facilities.
Yes.
I've been phoning a friend. So really excellent question, Counselor. Thank you for bringing that up. And in our conversations just now, because we are either going to be similar to what Counselor DeMott was saying, because we are either replacing Semper in place or we will be moving it to another site. Those few words right there can go away, because it won't be either way. We're going to have 2 sites. We'll have Northwest and we'll have Semper, or we'll have Northwest and a plant somewhere else. So we'll have 2 plants in all cases.
Okay.
For all of our alternatives.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
I have another comment and a question. Haven't we decided all these? It was my clear understanding we were keeping Northwest at 15 million gallons a day. And the only thing we were looking at was, were we going to rehabilitate Semper? Or were we going to build a new building next to Semper, either to the west or to the east? Or were we going to build the Westminster Boulevard one? Because we ruled out the north of the railroad tracks one. But we've already made most of these decisions, haven't we? Haven't we, Council? We weren't going to.
Aren't we are evaluating options from including Semper in the mix to not? Like this whole point is to
weren't
look
we
at
doing 8
Semper.
alternatives, and we threw out the north of the railroad tracks alternative. And then the other alternatives were doing 2 things at Semper, bringing them up to standard and making it an enduring plan, or completely making it 2 trains, which it sort of is now.
Well,
Okay.
isn't this is how we're grading those. So yes, we talked about alternatives, but these are
On
the
what
grades we'll give.
criteria are you grading them?
These criteria.
Can it?
The trade-offs, right? Like everything on this thing is a trade-off. So
But if it doesn't have a price attached to it, how do you make that trade-off?
well, because they got to bring those alternatives, Bruce. Like, so the way I envision this, and tell me if I'm wrong, is you're gonna, I don't know the number, but say you bring 5 options and they all have different price tags. You're gonna tell us how they fit into this matrix. So I could say, if it's $30 million, we don't care as much about taste and odor. If it's $250 million, and then they're gonna apply that into this matrix. So you're just getting us prepared. So when we see a price, then I can see what are my trade-offs for the price and how it fits in the matrix. And I'm assuming feedback you want is if there's something we want in this matrix, now's the time to tell you, hey, you missed this.
Well,
I can be taught.
not in this moment. Not in this moment. And
Just
when the
keep it to
prices-
myself.
When the prices come, we're not here to tell the policymakers they can't change their mind. So yeah, you'll get the prices as planned. I think the next slide, which is up right now, is hopefully going to answer some of this. So key alternatives are being developed. And these are 5 categories of alternatives. They are not all of the alternatives. So this is broad terms. Rehabilitate Semper as required, just as it is. That's one of the alternatives that council directed us to. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alternative 2, rehabilitate Semper and remove single points of failure. I have asterisks by those. I'll talk about that a little later. Alternative 3, rehabilitate Semper with new filtration technology. Today we talked about single points of failure. In the future, we're going to talk about filtration capabilities of Semper because that's also important and it's important to its resilience. Alternative 4, rebuild Semper using an adjacent site. We'll talk about that more. And then alternative 5, and this is one you're already familiar with, new facility at Westminster Boulevard. So we're comparing them against these ranges, from one at one end of the continuum to the other at the other, and then identifying things in the middle that address some of these concerns with safe Semper.
Can I ask a quick question on alternative 5? Understanding we've made different constraints around budget. Is that then that new budget applied to that option? So that option kind of is almost a hybrid of what the original plan was, or is it clearly the original plan?
That's a great question. And there are part of that. I think alternative 5 will have more than one possibility.
Okay, great.
But the specifics of that, we're not prepared to talk about. So there's going to be some refinement there, I think.
Quick question.
Yes.
I'm confused why some of these are separated. I'm guessing there are technical reasons, but for example, rebuild Semper with adjacent site separate from rehab Semper and remove single points of failure.
Right. So
wouldn't it be possible to remove single points of failure with the rebuild?
Right. It would be, those would be additive. So we wouldn't, right. We wouldn't say, for example, rebuild Semper with adjacent site. Well, that's not a good example, but we'd also replace whatever needed replacing. So if there were major electrical needs, we would take care of those too. So think of them as, generally speaking, alternative 1 is probably the most austere. And then alternative 2, you're getting rid of single points of failure. And alternative 3, maybe we'll look at we'd probably look at single points of failure plus new filtration technology. So think of it as additive. Does that mean you could say, you know what, those single points of failure, not so important, but the filtration is really important? We can have that conversation. Okay, now let's take a moment to look at the asterisks. So there are likely significant process improvements required by regulatory bodies. And alternatives in 1 and 2 are more subject to that than the other alternatives. And here's what we think might happen or could happen. with older water treatment facilities. Water treatment facilities that if you took Semper's blueprints and went to the state and said, we want to build this, just like it was a little over 50 years ago, they'd say, you're going to change this, 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 and this. When we go in there and do work on Semper of significance, there's a distinct possibility and we would have to work through the state and CDPHE to do that. They'd say, oh, you're doing that. Well, while you're at it, you're going to make these other improvements. So their process, their treatment improvements that we'll talk about a little more in more detail in the future. We're not talking about all of them today, that they would probably identify. It's not unlike when you want to renovate your house and you want to add something significant, and you get your building permit and they take a look at your house and they say, your electrical's out of date. You're going to need to rewire. You need a new cabinet. Your plumbing's out of date. You can't have this. And the minute you want to start improving your 1970s home, that's when that happens. So we acknowledge that alternatives 1 and 2, we may have that happen with those alternatives.
That answers my question of why did we have so many rehabs on there, because I'm not sure there's some of it that can be rehabbed. So that answers it. Thank you.
Now I have a question. The membrane technology. Okay. We obviously use the settling ponds and flocculation to improve the quality of water, but it says in a jam we can just skip all that and run them through the membranes. So one would think if we do that, the membranes do not last as long.
That's correct, and that's why that's it. So I'm going to flip back to,
okay.
Well, I don't know if you can, do you have hard copies of this?
Yes.
Okay.
So is basically membrane technology the simplest technology to use?
It's more complicated than that. It has certain costs associated with it and certain limitations.
Okay. One would think that membrane technology per unit process is more expensive than having the settling tanks and the flocculation and the chemicals.
That's generally true, especially as far as electrical loading is concerned.
Okay. So one of the alternatives here is just to refit Semper with membrane filters. Is that it?
Not necessarily. There are other filtration alternatives, but membrane filters is one that CDM I think has or is looking at. Is that correct? Yes, they're looking at that one, but they're looking at other alternatives too.
Okay. And the various steps you have in the train address certain qualities such as the clarity of the water and odors arising out of the waters. And that's why you use certain techniques, like in the one on Westminster Boulevard, we were going to do some kind of ozonation process, and that was to bleach the water. But that's not necessarily to meet any kind of federal standards. It's to meet, or state standards. It's to meet our desires and what we want as our drinking water.
So I think what I'm hearing, Councilor Baker, is you're asking me, is ozone a policy question? And my answer to that is yes.
Okay. And one would think that because it uses liquid oxygen and stuff like that, that is a much more expensive process and a much more complicated process.
I think that that is a generalization. I'm not saying it's not true. I also think there are real benefits, and I think we would want to share the benefits and both the benefits and the drawbacks of ozonation.
And the cost.
And the cost. We always share the cost.
Thank you.
All right. I do want to share one thing. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the past about bifurcation, and you all have been through the plant. We have a diagram that shows how water flows through the plant. Bifurcation isn't just limited to water. it's also relevant to power supplies, and that the power supply needs to be bifurcated, and instrumentation and controls, INC, that needs to be bifurcated. So those are aspects of bifurcation I didn't really get into today, but I want to share with you that CDM is looking at that. And anything else on this slide? Okay, next slide, please. Next steps.
I do have one question backing up.
Yes.
Okay. If we worked on only half of Semper at a time, would our then time window increase to 10 months and we'd only have to worry about July and August? I mean, June and July? Or basically, can we run half of Semper right now and work on the other half?
I think I'm not going to give you a promise of what it is, but everything in me says we can stretch that window of time. But when you reach those peaks,
well, you understand
when you
that.
reach those peaks, and it kind of gets back to a design, an engineering design standard that you'll see all across the Front Range and beyond. One single point of failure needs to be considered. One major single point of failure needs to be considered in those decisions. So when you take something down for maintenance, that's not a point of failure. So it's a good point. I'm not saying you can't do it, but I want to share that thinking with you.
If you don't mind, Councilor Baker, I want to hop onto that though, because I think where it gets into me, and I'm happy for feedback, to be told I'm crazy, but I would imagine that, this is one of those policy discussions where we have to decide whether or not we as a council want that risk. Because tell me if I'm wrong, the risk is if then Semper went down because something went haywire, we still have drinking water. We just are going to have to say, guess what, folks, you're not going to be able to water your lawn because we have a problem. And we, potentially, who knows how long that lasts. But that's the risk in the policy question. Is that accurate?
I think it's partially accurate because there are parts of Semper we cannot work on without taking all of it down.
Okay.
And I don't know how long those pieces take.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
I don't want to.
So when you bring the options, I think what we would want to hear is those kind of things. Like I want to know, here's the risk that we're taking on, how long that risk lasts. So then we as a body can make those policy decisions, because risking drinking water versus risking outdoor water are two entirely different things, both which would make the public not happy with us. However, they're totally different things. So I just want to make sure that we have those levers in front of us when we get to make our decision.
Good point. All right. So next steps, we'll be coming back in June. And alternatives development, it's underway. Treatment capacity and demand evaluation is underway. We'll be talking about that. And continued policy discussions with council as the project progresses. So we're going to be looking for more of your feedback and questions on this. Anything else?
You made something very complex when I was looking at this in the packet. Very understandable. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
And did you guys have fun with the WTF acronym?
Oh, that.
Am I the only one to notice that?
No.
Yeah, water treatment facility. Is there something else that you guys are laughing at?
I do have one more question, and this to maybe the CDM guys. Are there basically standardized water treatment trains?
Do you mean the overall process of the different processes you use to get through the train? Or
Well, no, I mean water treatment trains that most people use.
Yes, we have something called the conventional treatment. That's the general coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation, filtration. That's called conventional. It's been used for a long time. There are pieces we add on to it that target specific things.
And that would depend on whether that really community was New Orleans, who's drinking water that's been used by 100 people upstream, or whether we're taking it that's only been used by Georgetown.
Yep. The other side of that is, as we've gotten better at learning what's in the source waters, we've gotten better at targeting specific things that we want to take out. And often those things require another level of treatment since the 1970s when we first came up with these processes.
But it's almost like an add-on module.
Yep.
An add-on module.
Yep.
But you have standard treatment trains.
Yep, it's fairly well standardized, but you're targeting specific contaminants with your treatment train based on the raw water that you have.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up.
You ready?
Yep.
Mayor, joining us today is Larry Dorr, our Chief Financial Officer, Deputy City Manager. We have Chris Lindsay, Assistant City Manager, and John Presner, Budget Administrator. And the team is here collectively as a result of feedback from City Council regarding the city's finances, our budget priorities, and future planning of our resources. We've given careful attention to City Council's strategic plan, guiding principles, and strategic priorities in the development of the work ahead. Our goal for the 2023 budget is to create a collaborative and immersive process with City Council, staff, and our stakeholders. You've already received the first of our financial orientations earlier this year, and tonight we're going to focus on the services our city provides, our operational spending, and an overview of staffing within each department. In June and in subsequent months, we'll come back to City Council with individual financial orientations on the city's capital improvement program, the city's revenue sources and growth outlook, and lastly, an overview of the compensation and benefits market before ultimately bringing forward the 2023 proposed budget, ideally on or before August 31st. So with that, if I could ask Mr. Dorr to come up and lead us tonight into our presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Good evening. My name is Larry Dorr, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm joined by Chris Lindsay, Assistant City Manager, and John Presner, Budget Administrator. And I want to have them bring to you something we've prepared to facilitate your discussion tonight. And Mayor Pro Tem, in as much as it has reached the 11 o'clock hour, I want to offer an alternative for you for tonight because we've got just significant amounts of information. First, let me just say, on March 7th, we had a discussion with you in one of your post-meeting items related to the city's budgeting process and should our city undertake a one-year budget process or a two-year budget process. And we were listening and took your direction to prepare a one-year immersive, in-depth process that Mr. Andrews just described. Since then, we've set forth and prepared for tonight. We also had a bit of a financial training on April 11th, where we provided some financial information. We've accumulated that here as well. And for tonight, as described, we have a 40 slide presentation where we'd like to go through all of the business activities of the city and have that on hand for you as we go throughout the entire process. I'll tell you that none of the information tonight is new. It's information from our existing 2022 budget. It tells you about the staffing and expenditures in each of these various lines of business. Our job going forward will be to work to connect those to your strategic priorities and your vision for our city. As mentioned, we would like to come back, and I'm checking in now on this process. We'd like to come back in June to overview all of the capital improvement projects completed in this last budget cycle, those that are in progress, and those that would be proposed for your consideration for the 2023 budget. We would also like to describe all of the sources of revenue to the city, or at least the top 100, and then the financial and economic outlook for those sources of revenue. Then, of course, because we are a service organization, we'd like to come back, and these are in subsequent months, with a description of staffing, benefits, and the overall market for salary, benefits, and total compensation. And then we would bring all of those together in the proposed budget to be provided by the city manager, as mentioned, by August 31st. So we've prepared tonight binders for you, and I'll ask my associates here to provide those to you now. And in them are tonight's presentation slides. We've got your names on the front. We'd like you to bring these to each of our subsequent monthly meetings on the budget, because you'll want to refer to these various programs, projects, costs, and expenses. Also, I've included the agenda of topics covered. We had just 5 members of council present on April 11th. So I wanted all of the council members to have that agenda. I've got that toward the back as to what we covered in terms of the auditor's report and opinion. By the way, the auditor will be along in July to provide a review of their audit that they've just completed and answer any questions. And then also at that meeting, we had a presentation and discussion of interpreting local government financial statements and common mistakes. This is a publication from the Government Finance Officers Association, and we've included that in the back as well for your review and use throughout the course of our program throughout the year. So, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, we are prepared and would enjoy going through our slide presentation that will outline for you. For example, I've just turned to 1 or 2 of the business programs here where we can highlight those for you. Or you could take this as an information piece going forward. So we're ready and prepared. We've got the slides queued up for you, and we're happy to proceed.
Yes, no, maybe. Go for it.
Okay, I'd like to invite the team to come forward with our slides, and we will move expeditiously as possible.
Thank you so much. So like Larry said, we will move pretty quickly. We'll just highlight some of the changes and things that we want to overview. So we'll start with the police department. Police department consists of 4 divisions, about 279 full-time employees. As we discussed on May 9th, we'll be adding significant staffing to some core services in the police department, primarily the co-responder program. So we'll be adding approximately 9 employees to the entire department this year. The changes you see in the administrative division, we added a business operations coordinator and a contracts and grants coordinator to assist with some of those administrative duties. Next slide, please. Our patrol services division is the bread and butter of the police department, primarily consisting of our police officers and sworn employees. You see the list of services that they do of 120 employees and over $17 million budget. Next slide, please.
Can I just ask a question there? Emergency management, is that what Greg Mosier does?
Greg Mosier is in the fire department. So this would be other emergency management duties for the police department.
Thank you.
Just real quick if anyone's tuning in, the benefits. So all of a sudden benefits appear. So if you can just.
Yes. So in 2022 was the first year that we moved towards full cost budgeting. Prior to that, we budgeted all of our city's benefit programs in the central charges account. It was done basically as a whole for that fund. In 2022 was the first year that we budgeted based on employee and their respective business units. So we felt it was important to call that out separately in the budget document so that when you saw a significant increase in the budget, there was some notion and some credit to why that was happening. So didn't increase the city's overall budget, but it's obviously when you're looking at the budget by department section, you can see that. So thank you for that. Investigative services, those are internal and external investigations consisting of about 45 officers and supervisors and some other ancillary staff with a budget of about $10 million in 2022. Next slide, please.
If I could back you up a slide.
Sure.
why on the patrol division, okay, it says the staff has been the same 19, 20, 21, and 22. But it said that and we recognize that you had the central charges. And by the way, whoever got rid of that, that was a good thing they did. Because that was just a slush fund, which was 25% of the city's budget. And you can hold accountable for it. But in 2019, it was $15 million. And then in 2020, it dropped $3 million. So what happened? You have the same number of people.
It's our budgeted FTE, but it's not our actual FTE.
Correct. Right.
So wouldn't it have been better to put actual?
Actual FTE?
Yeah. I mean,
Actual FTE is a difficult.
if the staff was 120 in 19, but it was only 90 in 2020, that would have explained the cost difference.
Right. The actual, so this is throughout the presentation, these are authorized FTE, so our limit to what we are authorized to hire to. Actual FTE would be difficult to represent in a document because of the constant fluctuations, January, March to April. There's significant amount of turnover, right? So it wouldn't be a fair-
basically then really when we see changes like that, we can make a mental note that this is fewer personnel.
Primarily, right.
So it isn't overtime, it's just fewer personnel.
Right. That's probably a correct assumption. So if we can move to technical services. There we go. Thank you. So these are primarily the technological needs of the department, computer-aided dispatch, records management system, CAD RMS, our 911 dispatch, and we also have special events in there. 2022, you see an increase in staff. We added a dedicated special events team. There was a couple officers and a supervisor. So that program is, again, about $10 million annually. So that finishing up police, we'll move on to fire if there are no more questions on police. Yes.
Just to clarify, these subtotals, they are just FTE costs. There's no other expenses in there.
Those subtotals are the entire division. So personnel, and all operating costs for that division.
Okay, thanks.
But for a majority of these departments, staffing is the primary driver for those costs. Next slide, please. Fire department, I don't believe needs any explanation for what they do. They've had pretty level staffing throughout the years. We did add one lieutenant that was a plans examiner and inspector in 2022. And their overall cost in 2022 is budgeted just over $22.5 million.
Good evening, City Council. Chris Lindsay, Assistant City Manager. There's a lot of information here tonight, so we've tag teamed a bit. We can move to the next slide. Begins with Public Works and Utilities. So Public Works and Utilities has 4 divisions across multiple funds in the city's financial structure. The Utility Business Operations group works primarily managing, doing the financial management for the utility. They also work on sustainability efforts and water conservation, and also customer assistance. They've been pretty steady across the last few years. If I can move to the next slide. The Streets Maintenance Division resides primarily in the city's general funds and is charged with the maintenance of our streets, our traffic control devices. They do our street sweeping, snow and ice control. While the staffing has remained steady the past few years, we've seen a market increase in expenses and then a jump from 2021 to 2022 with the increase in our streets contracts budget. A lot of that was related to the change in the infrastructure fee for 2022. Next slide, please. The Utility Operations Division, and these utility items are showing you a bit of detail here, encompasses 4 business units across two funds here. So the Utilities Operations Division is responsible for both the operation of the plants and the distribution system past the plants. You can see the items in the bullets on the left for what all they're responsible for. So those 4 business units across two funds makes up a sizable portion of the utility fund budget. We've had a small change in FTE from 2021 to 2022 just because staff moved between divisions in the department.
Really, why are there 4 business units?
So we do the plant and the distribution in each fund. So you have a plant and a distribution essentially.
So like the water fund 200 is the plant and the water fund. Okay, so the water fund in the first box is the utility field operations, and the water fund in the third box are the plants.
That's correct. Thank you. Next slide, please. The Water Resources and Quality Division is charged with maintaining the city's raw water supply. They've had a fairly steady number of staff the past few years and a fairly steady expenditure total across those years. And again, these staff work in both the water fund and the wastewater fund. So you see the breakout on the slide. Next slide, please.
On the Water Resource and Quality Division, obviously there's some huge amount in there besides the personnel for the water fund. What is it?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Because it's enormous.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at most of these funds, a person is costing us 150 grand.
Yeah, that's.
But this is $7 million.
Yeah. So we have a number of ditch assessments and other items that are paid for out of that business unit. Ditch assessments are the ones that come to mind. We'll have to look that up.
Well,
it's not primarily. It's not primarily personnel. We'll follow up on that.
You don't know. It's okay.
All right. Utilities Engineering Division. These are the folks that you just saw this evening, responsible for planning and implementing capital projects across our utility infrastructure. You can see that they've had a steady FTE staffing level the past couple of years and a fairly steady expenditure level. Next slide, please. This begins our Parks, Recreation, and Libraries department. They have a number of divisions across a number of funds in our fund structure. You'll see as we go through here. The operations division is responsible for primarily policy and financial planning across the department. They're also responsible for our homelessness function recently and personnel management across the department. They had a decrease in FTE from 2021 to 2022 as we moved communications staff from PR&L operations to our communications division. Next slide, please. Our Park Services division are the folks that they keep the city's parks and rights-of-way medians beautiful. I saw them. I was working at the municipal court this morning. Saw them out cutting the grass outside the municipal court, keeping that area of the town beautiful. We've had an increase of 1 staff over the past couple of years. That was to add a mechanic to allow us to continue to maintain the fleet they have. That is a size that begins to rival that of the city's motorized fleet that we manage in general services. They've also had a fairly steady expenditure trend.
Okay, question. Well, this doesn't include any of the seasonals?
This
Because I
does
would
include,
imagine that this really division doubles in size with seasonal.
this does include seasonal.
Well, it includes seasonal.
Yes. The budget and the actual expenditures includes
The
seasonal.
seasonals.
The FTE number does not include.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, just to be clear, on any slide, the FTEs, those are just the permanent, ongoing, full-time equivalents. Thanks for the clarification there. Next slide, please. Our library services division. I'm not sure I could add too much to what's already on the slide. They provide the services at the College Hill and Irving Street libraries and the fabulous online services. We do a lot of work here with 42.1 FTE, and they've been studied the last couple of years. Next slide, please. So this is what's noted in our 2022 budget as our open space and Stanley Lake division. Certainly this doesn't reflect the ongoing change within the PRNL department. The open space and Stanley Lake division is funded across 3 funds. You'll see these business units here. The one on the left, lower left, represents the part that's funded out of the post fund. Upper right is in the Stanley Lake group that's paid out of the general fund. And then the lower right is the Stanley Lake group that's paid out of the water fund. The Stanley Lake group also accounts for a lot of our maintenance at the Stanley Lake Regional Park and the forest inventory. Next slide, please. Our recreation services division actually encompasses 2 business units within our financial system. So you'll see both here on the slide. We have a business unit for recreation facilities and a business unit for recreation programs. So the programmings you see, and then the operations to run the facilities. This includes the operation of City Park Rec, City Park Fitness, Swim and Fit, Westview, MAC, the Sports Center, and the Countryside Outdoor. Again, a steady number of FTEs there the past couple of years, but certainly they've also seen, they have a number of temporaries and seasonals as well. Next slide, please. Our golf division is made up of 2 sub-funds, the Golf Course Enterprise Fund. So the sub-funds, there's one for the Legacy Ridge Golf Course, and there's one for Walnut Creek Golf Reserve Golf Course. You'll see both those funds identified here. We had a change in our FTEs from 2021 to 2022 with the addition of a player development program coordinator. I would just note this was a position that had been temporarily approved for 3 years. So we added it as a permanent position. There was revenue to offset that additional staff in 2022, permanent staff in 2022. I'm going to turn it back over to John.
We had this plan for the other room, was a lot smoother than that.
You're doing good.
Next slide, please. So now we'll start into the General Services Department headed by our wonderful Chris Lindsay. First is the Administrative Division. I would just say that the department in total has about 55 employees. We did add one in 2022, which was our environmental compliance technician. So this division really manages a lot of the in-house things like the print shop, our messenger, environmental compliance, and the wonderful community systems that you see when you walk into City Hall. Next slide, please. Our municipal court has been pretty steady in staffing. We did eliminate a vacant 0.8 deputy clerk position. They handle our court system, traffic violations, community service, those things. So we'll see where that budget ends up in the following year. In what year? That was probably just traditional escalations of costs and services and staffing. I don't believe they exhibited as much vacancies as other divisions. So it's just, I think, just normal traditional costs. Next slide, please. Facilities maintenance. They oversee all of our city facilities, conduct any ongoing maintenance and repairs needed, and also coordinate our energy conservation efforts. And their staffing has been pretty level the last few years, and just under $4 million in budget for this year.
Just a clarification for all of these this is operational budget, so it does also potentially include like professional services and things like that. So that might vary year to year as well, in addition to vacancies and all that.
Yes. Yeah, when we say operating, we mean all of the annual ongoing costs that we have, excluding all of our large capital. Next slide, please. Fleet management, Chris alluded to that with the Parks Division. They manage approximately 600 vehicles and equipment, and really do a good job on proactive maintenance on all of those, and fuel management, acquisitions, and as well as disposals. We did add one mechanic in 2022, and their program is about $3.6 million in 2022. Next slide, please. Policy and Budget Division was a separate, still is a separate department to this day. With our discussions on May 9th, that will become a merger with the General Services Department, and we'll become a division within General Services. So we oversee the budget process, legislative program, state and federal, as well as long-term financial planning and implementation. We did add one position in 2021, which was an executive assistant when we added procurement, which I'll get to on the next slide. And that position has subsequently was never filled and will be eliminated as part of the merger with General Services. Yes.
When you say you added procurement, did you just pull procurement out of a different department?
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide, and I will answer that question. So procurement, the function, it was a very decentralized system. Prior to mid-year 2021, we had essentially one staff handling procurement, one handling grants. So we had 2 personnel. We added 2 more to that, procurement manager and a buyer. So we have 4 staff now to this day. We also have a contracts attorney, however, they're in the supervising the city attorney's office. So 4 staff, 2 were existing, and 2 of those positions were new. And that, so
we're working on those. So right now, honestly, we're revamping the city's policies and procedures related to procurement, and we'll be bringing those back to council, those metrics. Our procurement manager started on January 3rd of this year. We're currently hiring the buyer, and the other staff were with the city prior to that. Thanks for that. Just making a note. We can go to the next slide. We'll swap to the Community Development Department. Community Development Department, we've got a number of slides in here, but they're really 4 divisions across a number of funds. And we separate those out a little bit for ease of use here. What you're seeing on this first slide is the operations and administration team within community development. I would just note, you're going to see a fluctuation of a couple across their divisions here. Those aren't net new changes. We've just moved between the divisions. I will note the net new changes as we go through their divisions here.
What does developer relations here mean?
Jody, do you want to speak to developer relations and CD?
I think I'd prefer if we could get back to you on that one. It's going to relate to the work with inducting developer proposals and then getting them into the process of review. But I think it's probably a general phrase. So Chris, if we could provide follow-up on that one.
Yep. Thank you. Next slide, please. The planning division has fluctuated in the number of staff across the last couple of years, and that's as we've realigned some of the functions across the department. Again, not necessarily net new changes. Certainly, you're accustomed to seeing them as we talk about comprehensive plan, zoning applications, and land development activities. These are the folks that spoke to you in the study session last week. We've had a fairly consistent trend of expenditures the last few years. Next slide, please. Our building division and community development issues all our permits for building construction. They do all the field inspections, and additionally, we spoke a lot last week. They administer the rental property maintenance code, and those rental property inspectors are part of the 18 full-time staff that are in the building division. Next slide, please. The engineering division manages capital improvement projects that are across the city. They include the city's stormwater utility management and management of the GIS system, also the transportation management system. They've increased a little bit, and then we had some movement, like I mentioned last year, as we've realigned between the divisions and the community development department. Next slide, please. The Operations and Community Preservation Division was begun in 2020 to administer the city's permitting and project management system, all the records management, provide code enforcement, and all the ODP inspection and compliance services. You'll see they've been right about 13 staff there, with some fluctuations since they've started. Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to ask that you make one change for yourselves on this slide. So if you would cross out the word division for yourself and put the word fund right there. So the storm drainage fund and the folks that work on storm drainage, as I mentioned previously, they're part of the engineering division, but they're a separate fund within the city's operational structure, and they do pay for their own costs as we do, that indirect billing. Like we talked earlier, they do a lot of work, especially around our household hazardous waste curbside program, enforcing our stormwater code, administering the fund itself, and providing technical expertise for a whole host of drainage projects that impact both private and public development across the city. We've added a couple of staff the last few years. Prior to 2019, we used a lot of contracting and consulting dollars. We brought that in-house with the addition of 3 FTE in 2020 as part of a longer-term program to bring that in-house and ultimately reduce costs to the stormwater fund. Stormwater.
Quick question.
Fund. Yes, sir.
Was the preservation division shifted from somewhere else when it started in 2020?
The preservation division was code enforcement came over from the police department. and I'm certain we moved an FTE here or there within the community development department itself.
Okay.
Next slide, please. All right, one more change. If you would, cross out the word division here and replace with fund again. The parking fund and the work that they do, those employees are part of the engineering division within the community development department. And then they're housed in that enterprise fund that is the parking fund. So certainly they manage on-street and off-street parking facilities, paid parking, issue and administer fines, and implement the parking fee structure. We've had a increase of staff from 2021 to 2022 as we sought to, similar to what I mentioned with storm drainage, bring some of those contracts in-house and have staff and those expertise in-house, seeking to lower costs, but also provide a higher level of service.
Next slide, please. So now we'll get into the city manager's office. Obviously, main purpose of that department is to provide support to city council and assist with some redevelopment and also policy recommendations and facilitate the city council strategic planning process. Staffing has been pretty level in this division, the administrative division, and the budget of about $2.1 million. Next slide, please. The city clerk's division facilitates the agenda packet process for city council meetings, maintains and updates the city code and some liquor licensing and other administrative duties. Added 2 staff in 2021, some executive assistants to assist with the workload in that division. Next slide, please. So I'll add a caveat to this slide. All of the previous slides do not incorporate the changes that we discussed on May 9th and will be bringing to council in June. This slide, however, does. We wanted to kind of highlight what those changes would look like. So you see for the communication division, an increase in staffing in 2022. Although you see an increase of 9 FTE that year, only 1.5 of those were new FTE. The others were all reorganizations within the city, moving some of those we've already discussed from parks and other divisions to communications division. Those new staff were primarily for AV support, as we saw much higher need due to the pandemic and other needs for that. So we were originally at 20 FTE in 2022. I believe once the full reorganization is done and completed, we'll be down to 9 staff in that division. That budget number does not account for that, as we will not be moving those funds this year. We'll be moving those as part of the 2023 budget process. Any questions on this one? Next slide, please. City Attorney's Office, responsible for legal affairs and representation for City Council, preparing our wonderful contracts and ordinances, as well as prosecution of City Code in conjunction with the municipal court. Pretty steady staff throughout the years and a budget of approximately $2.5 million.
Quick question, on the previous slide, does the events team fit in this from parks or I don't see the events team on here, but they weren't in parks either.
Can you repeat your question for me?
Yeah, so you had mentioned in the parks and recreation and libraries, there wasn't 3 listed from the events because they moved into communication, but I don't see them in communication.
That's correct. So in the 11 to 20 change. In the in the row with the FTE staffing from 2021 to 2022 original, they're part of that increase from 11 to 20.
So then they're part of that 9?
Correct.
Okay, so they're in this. Okay, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hold on. They're part of the 9 increase from 11 to 20. So as we move forward, the 9 that are reflecting there will be the communications division. And I'm expecting that the special event staff will reside in parks, rec, and libraries.
We'll get an updated number on the, okay. Okay, following.
We can move on 2 more slides.
Good evening again. Economic development. These are the folks that are responsible for our small business recruitment and retention, CDB administration, a lot of the work we do around affordable housing, and also the work around downtown Westminster, Westminster Station, historic Westminster. Something that often goes overlooked is they're also responsible for management of city-owned developable property. Their staffing numbers, you can see, have been pretty stable, reduced by 1 from 2021 to 2022. That's as their communication position moved into that centralized communication division.
A question on this one? They must be spending a lot of extra money besides personnel. Do you know what it's on?
Certainly there are graphic design contracts for brochures that we put out, website hosting for a whole host of projects that we're working on. Those are the ones that hit me off the top of the head. I'd have to look to see more detail behind there. Certainly a number of citywide memberships, work that we do with the Chamber of Commerce and others.
So would, like when you talk about website, I know in the past we've used AOR.
That's correct.
So like firms like that, all right. Thanks.
AOR is who I'm thinking of. They would reside there.
Yeah. And I mean, that's not just pure website hosting. That's them developing and
correct
all the creative that comes along with the website.
So like how much does that cost us? Ballpark.
If I remember right, you did
$200,000, $400,000.
You could spend a couple hundred per site, and I think they do multiple sites. And that's, I mean, I know this because I've used AOR in private sector, and they're expensive. I mean, but that's not AOR. I mean, it's just a firm like AOR who does websites and does that kind of creative and hosting and all the development. It's not cheap.
So we don't run our own website.
Those are specific to economic development websites. So the communications division and the IT department run the city's website.
Those are mostly promotional, city promotional and project driven.
Yes, sir.
For economic development.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a summary or clear understanding of all of the professional consulting spend across the city? So I see it's like the professional services are spread across all the departments, right? These expenses. But have we ever done an analysis on just consulting spend as a procurement category and looked into that, right sizing that?
Be interesting.
I don't know that I've been a part of a study like that.
Should we? That seems prudent.
We'll just say that consulting services varies as like when you're doing a comp plan update or some other significant planning effort, or, you know, you have something that you want to, like, you're significantly updating a website. Those are not, they're something you might request every couple of years. And if you lose some, significant staff, such as Kristen Decker, for our deputy attorney, city attorney, those are the kinds of things where we sometimes need to fill in.
Yeah, but that's why we have a procurement department.
Yes.
And consulting is typically the biggest area of opportunity in any, or at least in the private sector. So I'm curious if we've ever done a city government consulting analysis as to how much we're spending on consultants. Can we control it centrally via the procurement department, for example? Because that's part of their job typically, is making sure we don't spend too much, right? And monitoring that.
How would a procurement department know expertise? Like, how are they going to, a procurement department say, I'm trying to follow your thought process. Like, I mean, in general, if it was as simple as like, we're buying cogs or something like that, but people are much different because expertise is different across the board. And keep in mind though, the procurement department was a pretty recent ad. And you said, I mean, even with the approval of that, they haven't, how long, not even a full year, right?
Correct. Well, I've managed a procurement department, and what you typically do is you have specialists, right? So you have an IT procurement person, and they're certified. Each person should have, there's a certification for procurement, and they're certified in various categories. There's IT, there's marketing, there's you name it. And part of their duties is to typically, you look at that spend, you look at the contracting, you make sure that we're efficient and we're not just that, and each department, so you work with all the departments.
I would ask you to go back and look at how big the procurement department we have is, because we don't have that big of a procurement department where we would have specialists in each of these departments. You would have to grow that procurement department substantially in order to do what you're saying. I mean, in our structure, like I understand.
Totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm not advocating that it should be there and nothing else. I'm just saying we need to be looking at our consulting spend centrally somehow, whether it's them or whoever. An analysis is just responsible government.
Agreed. I've just working in other cities too. I would say it was very difficult to deal with different procurement. When there was centralized procurement, we often had to tailor the selection of consultants based on the knowledge of the people in each department. So procurement helped to create some consistencies, but the expertise was really left with the departments to be able to determine who was the best consultant, right, to fit the bill. So it has its pluses and minuses. But I agree that, I'm happy that we do have a procurement group now that can set some standards.
May I add in response to the discussion? We do have a new procurement professional who's bringing the primary purpose is to bring a new perspective to the city in terms of how we manage our procurement efforts. And I can say that we will work with our professional and have a preliminary assessment done, Counselor, of our consultant spend. And we can include that as an information item that we bring back to City Council at the right time. So yes, we absolutely can do that measure. And it may just end up being a draft KPI for us or something, but we'll look at that and get that back to you.
Thank you. Good discussion. We can move on to the next slide, please. We'll talk about the finance department briefly. The finance department has a couple of divisions here across two funds, the general fund, and then they have the utility billing that resides within the utility fund. The operations or administration group is noted right here on the first slide. They've had a fairly steady spend, although we've moved around FTEs within the the finance department the last couple of years, as you'll note on the FTE slides. Next slide, please. The accounting division and the accountants are the wonderful folks that keep budget folks like John and myself in line. They administer and track every cent that goes through the city's coffers, and then report that back to us, and then you all through the annual audit. They do payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, and then they maintain and track our fixed assets. They've been studied the past few years. We've added a half-time accountant in 2022 to provide some additional horsepower within the accounting division. Next slide, please. The sales tax division is the division that's closest to my heart because they bring in the sales and use taxes. They keep the city running. In addition to the admissions, accommodations, taxes, and they also manage our franchise fees. They also have a staff that do audits of those tax receipts, and they handle a whole host of questions that come in through the year from those taxpayers. We have a lean staff of 8 folks in the sales tax division. Next slide, please. I mentioned a second ago our utility billing group that resides in the utility fund. So you'll see that here with the Treasury division. So the slide, or excuse me, the table that's on the bottom here, the water fund within the Treasury division. That's the utility billing section of the finance department. The group that's at the top is our traditional Treasury function, who manages the city's investment portfolio. And they handle our centralized purchasing card program. Next slide, please. John's going to bring you home.
We're almost there. So our HR division, HR department, obviously does all of the recruitments and promotions, internal promotions, external and internal recruitments, conducts a whole slew of pay and benefit audits, analysis, and recommendations on an annual basis. We used to do that biannually with the budget, but now we do that more on an annual basis. So a significant amount of additional work that they have. We added 1 FTE in 21. It was executive talent developer, and then upgraded 0.8 FTE person to a full-time. So they have approximately a budget of $3.6 million in 2022. Next slide. Information technology, our IT department. More and more work on an annual basis as we rely on our technological infrastructure, application management, cybersecurity. That is where you see the increase in the FTE. We added a staff, a software engineer and a security analyst, a couple of software engineers and a security analyst in 2022. And our costs have increased to approximately $7 million in 2022. Those are all of our departments. Any questions on any of the divisions, departments that we covered? Now I'll go on to the next steps that I'll go very briefly since Larry already discussed some of those. Next slide, please. Like Larry said, our next step is to come back in June and do a CIP overview and continue our monthly presentations, where we culminate with a presentation of our proposed budget, or release of our proposed budget, excuse me, in August 31st, and a review in September, and hopeful adoption by the end of October.
You did great. It's not midnight.
Yeah.
We can go 10 more minutes.
No, maybe we can get an executive session done and out of here by midnight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we should offer pillows for some of you out there. All right, executive session.
Aye.